What if the very thing you desire could claw back your happiness and drag you into a nightmare? Picture this, a weathered monkey's paw, its gnarled fingers curling around an ancient curse, each twist a promise and a peril. Generations have whispered its lore, a tale of irresistible temptation, dark humor, and horror lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to pounce. You think you know what you want, don't you? A fat bank account? A dream job? The love of your life? But what if every wish came with a price, a twisted, grotesque cost that mocks your very soul? The paw, with its matted fur and sinister allure, sits quietly on a dusty shelf, but you can hear it whispering your name like a lover's betrayal. The air crackles with the weight of unspoken fates. Each wish ignites a flame, but that flame could just as easily engulf you in ashes. Meet the Whites, a family living in a creaky old house where the wallpaper peels like the facade of their perfect lives. They are blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just outside their door. When an ominous traveler shows up, they think he's just another old coot with a crazy story. But the moment that paw slips into their hands, the game changes. Tension snaps like a bowstring pulled too far, unbridled desire and dark humor intertwine in a dance as intoxicating as it is perilous. Wishes unfurl like dark petals, each one a glimpse into the abyss. One moment of greed, one flicker of desperation, and all hell breaks loose. Imagine wishing for wealth, only to find that your bank account blooms from a grave. Or wanting to resurrect the lost, only to learn that sometimes it's better to let the dead stay buried. The absurdity of it all dances on the edge of tragedy, a dark comedy that weaves itself into the fabric of fate. Every laugh echoes like a funeral bell, reverberating through twisted corridors of chance. The cruel irony is intoxicating. The paw becomes a puppet master, each wish pulling strings that bind tighter with each command. Who, after all, could resist the thrill of bending reality to their will? But with every desire fulfilled, shadows grow longer, darker, an inescapable reminder that the cost of desire can be more than you ever bargained for. When the world crumbles, what will you cling to? What price will you pay for one more wish? The paw's grip tightens around the heart, fanged promises gleaming like broken glass. Tick-tock, time waits for no one. Every second is an invitation to chaos, every heartbeat a countdown to doom. Ready to confront your own forbidden cravings? The monkey's paw beckons, its secrets whispering sweetly, luring you into an abyss so profound, you might find yourself laughing at the absurdity of your own demise. Will you give in to temptation, or will you flee from your own darkest desires? The choice is yours, but remember, once you touch the paw, there's no turning back. Welcome to the edge of the unknown, where wishes come true, and nightmares begin. A crash reverberated through the night, a sound so visceral it seemed to claw at the very fabric of the White family's home. Mrs. White stood frozen in the kitchen, her hands trembling around the chipped mug she had been washing. Water dripped from her fingertips, pooling on the floor like her fraying sanity, while shadows danced in the corners, hungry, waiting. The clock ticked loudly, counting down the moments they could never reclaim, each tick a reminder of what was slipping away. "Herbert!" Mr. White's voice pierced through the darkness, a frantic whisper laced with an urgency that no parent should ever feel. It bled through the hallways, ricocheting off the walls, desperate and hoarse. The air thickened, heavy with an unspoken dread, and every heartbeat echoed like a thunderclap. Did the walls themselves hold their breath, waiting? I remember the first time I saw Herbert laugh, a sound so bright it lit up the dim corners of their modest home. He had been 6, his face covered in chocolate smudges after stealing a cookie from the jar. Mrs. White had chased him around the living room, her laughter weaving with his in a sweet melody that felt like pure joy. But that was before the shadows took shape and the laughter faded into echoes of what once was. "Herbert!" The name hung in the air, a lifeline tossed into dark waters, but the waters were too turbulent, too deep. Mr. White's breath came ragged, and he ran a hand through his thinning hair, a futile attempt to tame the chaos swirling inside him. Time lost its meaning as he searched the house, each room a ghost of their past happiness, each corner a reminder of what they had built, what they could lose. I remember the night the storm had come crashing down, a tempest both outside and within. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the window panes as if trying to warn them, to scream the truth they refused to see. Mrs. White had pressed her ear against the glass, feeling the pulse of the storm, an ominous rhythm that matched the racing of her heart. "It's just a storm," she had whispered, but deep down she knew it was more a premonition, a sigh from the universe saying, "Something wicked this way comes." Fear had woven its way into their lives, thick and suffocating. Herbert had grown too quiet, too withdrawn, his laughter replaced with a haunting silence, as if he carried a weight too heavy for his small shoulders. Mr. White had found solace in his work, pouring himself into endless paperwork, a futile attempt to drown out the creeping dread that gnawed at his insides. "We'll be fine," he'd tell himself, but the words felt like shards of glass, cutting deeper with each repetition. "Where are you, Herbert?" "Mrs. White's voice broke, raw and fragile, reverberating through the house like the last flicker of a candle before darkness engulfed it. She stepped into the living room, her gaze darting frantically, an instinctual need to shield her son from the shadows that loomed. The fireplace crackled softly, its warm glow a stark contrast to the chill creeping up her spine. She felt the warmth of memories flood over her, Herbert dancing around the flames, his tiny form illuminated by the flickering light, the embodiment of childhood wonder. But wonder had morphed into fear, and the flames now felt like demons licking at her sanity. And then, a creak, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. The floorboards groaned, and her heart leapt into her throat. Could it be? Hope surged within her, but it was a fragile thing, teetering on the edge of despair. "Herbert," she called again, voice wavering, a prayer in the choking dark. The silence that followed was a void, deep and suffocating. The universe held its breath, all of creation waiting for the inevitable, for the moment when everything would shatter. Mr. White's footsteps echoed as he descended the stairs, his face pale and strained. "I can't find him," he admitted, the words dripping like poison, each syllable a dagger to her heart. Her world tilted, the ground beneath her shifting. The hours felt like years, time stretching thin and taut, ready to snap. "He's just playing hide and seek," she insisted, a shaky laugh escaping her lips, but it sounded hollow, like a distant echo lost in a cavern of despair. They both knew the truth, though. This was no game. Herbert was a child of light, but the world outside was a world of shadows, of things that lurked just beyond the veil, waiting to snatch away the innocent. And in that moment, the walls closed in, the shadows grew sharper, whispering secrets in a language only the weary could understand. There was a history in this house, a tapestry woven with joy and pain, and now it felt like a noose tightening, threatening to choke the very breath from their lungs. "Did we do this?" Mr. White's voice quivered, filled with a desperation that clawed at the edges of reason. "Did we let him down? Was it us?" The weight of the unspoken hung heavy, a suffocating blanket draped over them. "Don't say that," Mrs. White cautioned, her heart racing, each pulse a reminder of the love they had for him, the love that felt like a beacon in this darkness rising around them. "We've done our best." But she wondered, had they? In a world where shadows danced with delight, where innocence was no shield against the horrors that lurked, what could they truly protect? The clock continued its relentless ticking, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of their desperation. Each tick whispered that time was fleeting, that they were running out of chances. Outside, the wind howled, a ghostly symphony rising to a fever pitch, and Mrs. White felt the walls of the house tremble, quaking under the weight of her growing fear. In the silence that followed, the air grew thick, charged with a tension that felt almost alive. It was a moment suspended in time, a deep breath held too long, waiting for the inevitable exhale that would shatter the stillness. And in that breath, in that moment of unbearable anticipation, they both knew, whatever came next would change them forever. "Herbert," they called out once more, their voices weaving into the fabric of the night, reaching into the darkness, grasping for a flicker of hope, a sign that their son was still there, still safe. But deep down, a small voice whispered that the shadows had teeth, and they were hungry. And so they waited, hearts pounding, souls trembling, standing at the precipice of the unknown, knowing that whatever lay ahead would be a reckoning they could never outrun. The fog clung to the ground like a living thing, wrapping around the isolated cottage, drawing it into an embrace that felt almost suffocating. I stood at the edge of the yard, heart hammering in my chest, watching as shadows danced in the mist, whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. It was alive, this fog, swirling and curling, as if the world was holding its breath. I could almost hear the sighs of the trees, their gnarled branches reaching out, yearning for what was lost, for what was yet to come. Inside, the flicker of candlelight cast long, trembling shadows against the stone walls. Each flicker a heartbeat, a pulse of existence. I stepped inside, the door creaking like an old woman's bones, and the air was thick with the scent of damp wood and something sharper, something reminiscent of old tobacco and regret. Regret lingered in every corner, pooling in the silence that followed me. "Why did you come back?" The voice belonged to Clara, her silhouette framed by the dim light of the hearth, her sharp features illuminated just enough to betray the turmoil beneath. It cut through the silence like a knife. Her eyes, dark pools of worry and anger, were locked onto mine. I whispered back, but the words felt weak in the face of her fury. I remembered the last time I stood there, the last time I had said goodbye, the last time she had wrapped her arms around me, her warmth anchoring me in a world that felt too chaotic. And now I was back, and the chaos had only multiplied. Had to, she scoffed, her voice cracking like the brittle branches outside, or wanted to. The accusation hung in the air, a noose tightening around my throat. I had wanted to run, I had wanted to escape. It was easier to believe I could outrun the ghosts haunting me, but here they were, rising like specters from the shadows. I glanced at the window, the fog swallowing the world whole outside, and I could almost see the echoes of our past drifting through it. Ghostly laughter, faded arguments, whispered promises. The cottage was a time capsule, preserving every moment, every mistake, every heartbeat. It was a graveyard of memories, and I was the unwitting gravedigger, clawing at the earth, desperate to unearth what I had buried. Her name was Lucy, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, the name falling from my lips like a prayer. Clara's jaw tightened, and I could see the flicker of pain in her eyes, the way her breath hitched as if I had struck her. I had struck at the heart of her grief, and for that, I felt a deep, throbbing ache in my chest. "She's gone." Clara's voice trembled, a storm of fury and sorrow. "You think coming back changes that? You think it brings her back to me?" I cringed, the truth of her words cutting deeper than any blade. I had come back, but I hadn't come to change anything. I had come to face the wreckage of my own heart. I had come back to the fog, to the cottage, to the woman who had been my tether in a world that spun out of control. But instead, I stood there, a coward, drowning in my own vulnerability as Clara's grief wrapped around her like a shroud. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that seeped through the cracks in the walls. I could feel the cottage groan, as if it were alive, sensing the turmoil within. The walls had witnessed our love, our laughter, our heartbreaks. They had held our memories close, whispering them to the fog that swirled outside like a tempest waiting to break. "Do you even care?" Clara's voice pierced through the swirling thoughts, raw and edged with desperation. "Do you even know what you've done?" I remember, I began, but the words felt drowned in a flood of longing. I remembered the way her laughter used to fill the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers as we ran through the fields together, the sunlight a halo around her golden hair. I remembered the first time I held her hand, the warmth of her skin igniting a spark inside me that I thought would never fade. But now all that remained was a hollow echo, a reminder of a love that had once burned bright and fierce, now only a whisper of what could have been. I remember the nights we spent talking about dreams, I blurted out, my chest tightening as I recalled the warmth of her presence, how she made the cottage feel alive, and now it felt like a tomb. I remember her smile, Clara. I remember, her silence was deafening, the air thick as she looked away, arms crossing over her chest like a fragile barrier. I could see the shimmer of tears in her eyes, but the fog outside seemed to swallow them whole, drawing the light out with an insatiable hunger. "There are things that can't be undone," she finally murmured, her voice barely a thread. "Things that haunt us. We can't keep pretending they don't exist." And in that moment, I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me. The cottage creaked under the burden of our truth, and the shadows flickered in response, twisting and contorting as if they were trying to break free, to find a way out of this suffocating silence. I know, I said, my voice cracking, each syllable a pebble thrown into the abyss of our past. But maybe we can face them together. But as those words lingered in the air, a distant thunder rumbled, and the fog thickened, swirling around us, a spectre of what was to come. And I knew, in that moment, that the confrontation would not be with each other, but with the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our hearts, waiting for the right moment to rise up from the shadows and claim what was theirs. I took a step closer, reaching for her, but Clara turned away, the chasm between us widening, a fracture that seemed insurmountable. Outside, the wind howled louder, echoing the turmoil within, as if the very universe was holding its breath for what was about to unfold. Time ticked forward, each second a heartbeat, and the fog whispered, urging me to confront the darkness, the truth, the love that had shaped us. The cottage, a guardian of our memories, stood silently, a witness to our unraveling, as we faced the storm that raged within. The wind howled through the open window, an ominous whisper that felt like the breath of a restless ghost. The clock on the mantel ticked ominously, each second falling heavier than the last, as if it were counting down to something. I sat on the edge of the threadbare armchair, the fabric scratching against my skin, a stark reminder that comfort was a luxury I could no longer afford. My heart raced, a sullen drum echoing in my chest, pounding with fear and anticipation. Outside, shadows danced in the dim light of a street lamp, stretching long and dark against the cobblestone path as if beckoning me into the unknown. Then came the knock, a single, sharp rap that jolted the air. My breath hitched. I exchanged a glance with my wife, Margaret, her eyes wide and glistening with worry. A mixture of dread and curiosity twisted in my stomach, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood on the other side of that door would change everything. "Should I answer it?" I whispered, though I knew the answer before she nodded. A chill ran down my spine as I reached for the handle, the cold metal biting into my palm. With a deep breath, I pulled the door open. There he stood, Sergeant Major Morris, his silhouette framed in the doorway like a figure from a dark fairy tale. His uniform was stained and travel-worn, the fabric bearing the weight of 1,000 untold stories. His eyes glinted with mischief and something else, something darker. They were the eyes of a man who had danced with danger and lived to tell the tale, yet there was a flicker of shadows that hinted at memories better left buried. "Good evening," he said, his voice a rumble, steady but edged with an unsettling familiarity. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything too dull." He stepped inside without invitation, the air shifting around him, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and distant lands. Margaret instinctively moved closer to me, her fingers tightening around my arm, as if bracing herself against an impending storm. I noticed the way her breath quickened, how the warmth of her body felt like an anchor against the cold that began to seep into our home. "What brings you here, Sergeant?" I asked, attempting to mask the tremor in my voice. He chuckled, a sound that echoed in the small room, a haunting melody laced with danger. "Adventure, my friend. It always brings me back." His gaze swept over us, lingering on Margaret, assessing her with a mix of admiration and something darker, an understanding of the fragility of life. "Adventure?" I echoed, my heart racing, a foolish spark igniting within me. "Like what?" His smile widened, revealing a flash of teeth that seemed too sharp, too predatory. "I've seen things that would make your skin crawl and stories that would make your heart race. But there's one tale in particular I think you'll find intriguing." He reached into his coat, pulling out a small, weathered box, its edges frayed and the surface marred with years of wear. A hush fell over the room, the air thickening as he held it aloft like a magician revealing his final trick. "This is not just any box. It holds the power to grant wishes, yes, wishes. But beware," he added, his voice lowering, "for every wish has a price." A thrill ran through me, excitement mixed with dread, as I caught sight of Margaret's face, a storm of emotions warring within her. "What kind of price?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear. "Sometimes," he said, those eyes boring into mine, "the price is more than you bargained for." I could feel the weight of his gaze, the unspoken implications hanging in the air like fog creeping through a forest. memories of my past, of failures and lost opportunities, flooded my mind, and suddenly the fantasies of easy riches and perfect happiness twisted into a tapestry of nightmares. What would I be willing to sacrifice? In that moment, I saw myself in the mirror behind Morris, a man trapped in his mundane existence, longing for more but terrified of the cost. I had spent years slaving away at a dull job, chasing shadows of hope, and here was this man, a sergeant with a box that promised escape. I felt the pull of temptation, a siren's call that echoed too sweetly in my ears. "Morris," I said, my voice trembling, "what's the catch?" He leaned closer, and the shadows danced wildly, flickers of something ancient and unsettling. Sometimes, what you seek most turns out to be your undoing. The air was electric. I could feel Margaret's heart pounding beside me, every beat resonating with the tension that filled the room. I searched her face for answers, for signs that this was a good idea or a terrible mistake. Her eyes held the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, a heart that fought against the darkness that loomed. "Please," I began, but Morris held up a hand, silencing me. "It's not just about you, is it?" he said, his voice echoing like thunder. "Every wish affects those around you." Suddenly, I was caught in a whirlwind of fear and longing, my mind racing towards possibilities. Images of wealth and joy danced like phantoms, only to be chased away by the specters of loss and regret. What if I wished for a better life? What if I wanted the world to love us, but in doing so, I condemned us to a fate worse than reality? Morris watched, a glimmer of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. I sensed the thrill he derived from this moment, the power he wielded like a sword, and I wondered, what kind of man was he beneath the bravado? As the tension crackled in the air, I felt the clock tick louder, each second echoing like a countdown to a tragedy waiting to unfold. The walls of our ordinary life began to close in, shadows stretching, and the darkness whispered promises of temptation. The future shimmered uncertainly before me, a vast sea of choices, each wave crashing against the fragile shores of my sanity. "Morris," Margaret finally spoke, her voice steady, "what's your story? What have you sacrificed for your adventures?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Perhaps one day, I will share that tale." But in that moment, I saw it, a flicker of regret in his gaze, a shadow that danced just out of reach. And there we stood, teetering on the precipice between desire and despair, a decision lingering like the storm clouds gathering outside. Would we heed the warnings, or would we step into the abyss of our own making? The wind howled again, a mournful sigh that echoed through the open window, a reminder that every choice carved our fate in stone. And as the clock ticked on, I realized that this was just the beginning, an invitation to a darkness we could neither understand nor escape. The night stretched on, filled with unspoken promises and haunting secrets, pulling us deeper into the unknown, with Sergeant Major Morris as our guide, each moment more electrifying than the last. The thunder cracked overhead, a jagged flash illuminating the cramped room where the air hung thick with unspoken dread. It was the kind of night that whispered secrets to the shadows, the wind clawing at the windows like an insistent ghost. I remember the flickering light of the single candle casting elongated shadows, twisting and bending as if they were alive. And there, at the center of the table, an object lay, a grotesque little thing, a monkey's paw, its twisted fingers curled in a mocking semblance of life. I could feel my heart racing as if it sensed the weight of its cursed potential, each beat a countdown to disaster. Mrs. White trembled, her hands clasped together, knuckles white as she stared at the paw, her breath hitching in her throat. She was a woman marked by grief, her face lined with the shadows of loss, deep-set eyes reflecting not just fear but a desperate longing. She had once been vibrant, laughter ringing like silver bells, but now, the silence around her was a shroud, heavy and suffocating. "It can grant wishes, Herbert," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread of hope woven into a dark tapestry of despair. "But at what cost?" Herbert, the sharp-eyed son, leaned closer, curiosity battling with caution. He was a boy on the brink of manhood, caught between the reckless dreams of youth and the bitter taste of reality. "It's just a story, isn't it?" he scoffed, though his eyes flickered with intrigue. "A fairy tale to frighten children." I remember the way his heart raced, his pulse pounding in sync with the distant thunder, a chaotic symphony playing a prelude to doom. But there was something more in his gaze, a hunger for the impossible, a thirst for power cloaked in the guise of innocence. Not just a story, Herbert, his father, Mr. White, interjected, a tremor lacing his voice. An older man, grayed at the temples and worn by life's relentless grind, he was a man who had buried dreams beneath layers of dust and daily toil. I could see the internal struggle etched across his features, a potent mix of skepticism and fear. The legend says it's cursed. It takes as much as it gives. Yet, as he spoke, the paw seemed to pulsate in the dim light, feeding off their tension, drawing them closer to its dark allure. With a heavy sigh, Herbert reached for the paw, fingers brushing over its coarse surface as if it were a relic from another world, a world where wishes could be granted, where fate could be rewritten. "What's the worst that could happen?" he asked, a half-smirk dancing on his lips. But in that moment, the air crackled with a silent warning, a shuddering breath that whispered back, "Everything." I remember the palpable silence that followed, a moment pregnant with possibility, filled with dreams and nightmares coiling around each other like serpents. Herbert's voice cut through the stillness, sharper now. "I wish for £200, he declared, the word spilling forth with reckless abandon. The room seemed to hold its breath, the candle's flame flickering as if it too was caught in the web of fate, teetering on the edge of disaster. And then, in a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, the paw twitched, a slow, deliberate movement, as if answering an ancient call. I could feel the tension coil tighter, the air thickening with a foreboding sense of inevitability. Mrs. White gasped, her heart racing, while Mr. White's eyes widened, a storm of emotion swirling within him, fear, disbelief, and an aching worry for his family. But their fears were only whispers, drowned by the roaring tides of ambition. The very room seemed to pulse with dark energy, the shadows creeping closer, enclosing them like a noose. The candle flickered violently, casting monstrous shapes on the walls, as if the house itself was alive, watching, waiting to see how this game would unfold. I remember feeling the edges of reality blur, the line between the mundane and the supernatural dissolving into an abyss of uncertainty. And then, the next day came, draped in the grey veil of morning. The news struck like a lightning bolt, shattering their fragile sense of security. "Your son," the words hung in the air, a terrible finality that echoed with the weight of loss. £200 had been paid, but at a price far greater than they could ever have imagined. Herbert's dreams had turned to ash, and the spectre of grief descended upon the family like a shroud. Mrs. White stood at the window, staring into the void beyond, her heart breaking in silence, the light in her eyes extinguished. "What have we done?" she whispered, the weight of her sorrow crushing her spirit. Her mind raced back to the paw, to the moment of reckless desire, and the realization of its monstrous truth was a knife twisting in her gut. She was a mother, torn between love and loss, and the chasm of despair was too vast for her to cross. Mr. White, burdened by guilt, paced like a caged animal, each step a reminder of his helplessness. The shadows loomed larger, encroaching upon his sanity, each tick of the clock a cruel reminder of time slipping away, of choices made in haste. "We should never have touched it," he muttered, his voice hoarse, drenched in regret. But the paw lay there, taunting him, a malevolent force that had awakened something dark within their souls. I remember the night it happened, the air electric with tension, as Mrs. White, driven by despair, lunged for the paw. "I want him back," she screamed, the rawness of her emotion echoing through the empty halls. "I wish for my son." Her voice shattered the silence, each syllable a desperate plea, a mother's heart breaking against the weight of reality. But wishes are treacherous, I knew, woven with threads of fate that twist and turn in ways we could never foresee. The paw stirred again, a slow, deliberate movement, as if it relished the chaos it had wrought. The darkness deepened, the shadows growing bolder, stretching their claws towards her, beckoning her to a world where the dead should never tread. And then the door creaked open, an ominous herald of what was to come. The air thickened, and with every heartbeat, the room grew colder, the shadows dancing on the walls like malevolent spirits. I could feel the dread clawing at my throat, choking me as Mrs. White stood there, trembling and torn between hope and terror, her breath hitching as she awaited the return of what she had lost. But I knew the truth, the bitter reality woven into the fabric of that cursed paw. With every wish granted, the weight of consequence would descend like a dark cloud, and in that moment, as the darkness tightened its grip, I felt every heartbeat echoing through the silence, a chilling reminder that some doors should never be opened, and some wishes should remain unspoken. Thunder rumbled like the last breaths of a dying giant, shaking the very air around them. The Whites' cozy home, once a sanctuary of warmth and laughter, now seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, a warning whispered through the cracks in the walls. The flicker of the candlelight danced nervously, casting elongated shadows that crept and curled like dark tendrils eager to wrap around the unsuspecting. "Don't you understand?" Sergeant Major Morris's voice boomed over the storm outside, sharp like a crack of lightning. He stood there, a figure carved from experience and dread, eyes glistening with the weight of unspoken truths. Each syllable he uttered clung to the air, heavy, suffocating. "The paw is cursed. Cursed. It's no mere trinket. It's a harbinger of ruin." Mrs. White, her face pale and taut, clutched her husband's arm, knuckles white against the fabric of his shirt. Her breath hitched, a silent plea for reassurance. "But it's just an object, isn't it? A curiosity." Her voice quavered, but there was a glimmer of something in her eyes, something that spoke to a yearning, a hunger for the impossible. She had always been the dreamer, the one to chase shadows and whims, convinced that if given a chance, fate could be bent to her will. Mr. White, the practical one, frowned, his mind racing with the possibilities. What harm can come from a little wish? He chuckled nervously, a sound that felt like glass shattering. There was a desperation in his laughter, a desire to brush aside the ominous words that clung to the room like cobwebs. "We're not superstitious, right? It's just a paw." But Morris stepped closer, the shadows swallowing him whole, leaving only his piercing gaze. "This isn't a game, you fool. I've seen it, the wretchedness that follows. I've watched families unravel, live splinter." His voice trembled, fingers trembling at his side as if the very memory of his experiences etched into his skin. "You think you'll control it? You can't. It's like trying to tame the wind. Once it's unleashed, you'll never be the same." The air thickened, charged with tension, as the storm outside cracked and roared, echoing the chaos brewing within. I could feel the weight of the room pressing down on me, suffocating like a vice, each heartbeat a drumbeat heralding doom. The walls seemed to lean in, eager to witness the unraveling. I wanted to shout, wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat, the fear coiling tight like a serpent. "Mrs." White's eyes darted back to the paw, lying innocently on the table, its surface glinting under the flickering candlelight. Her breath quickened, a fluttering in her chest that spoke of something more profound. "What if," she murmured, the thought escaping like a wisp of smoke, "what if we could bring back our son?" The name hung in the air like an echo of a haunting melody, a reminder of laughter that once filled the corners of their home but had been replaced by emptiness. The memory of their boy, gone too soon, clawed at her heart, and I felt the sting of it reach deep into my own. How could she resist the allure of hope? It was a siren's call, seductive yet treacherous. Mr. White's face crumpled, torn between love and fear. "No, don't say that. You don't know what you're asking for." His voice cracked, and I could see the wrestle within him, his heart a battlefield, pitted against the logic of despair. "You don't know what it means to play God." The sergeant major's jaw tightened, his gaze flickering to the window where the tempest raged, a reflection of the turmoil brewing within. "You think you understand sacrifice? You don't. I've seen the horrors, the aftermath of desires fulfilled. It's never what you want. It's never enough." Outside, the wind howled, a wailing lament that pierced the night, mingling with the ghost of their son's laughter, an absurd juxtaposition of joy and sorrow. I felt the distant echoes of memories flash through the room, a flickering slideshow of their lives before the tragedy, a birthday party, a bright-eyed child with cake smeared on his face, the warmth of family enveloping them. But now, those memories twisted like knives in their hearts, a reminder of the gaping void left behind. Mrs. White leaned in, desperation etched into her features, her heart laid bare. "But we can't just let him go. We can't live with this agony." Her voice wavered, fragile as glass, yet within it pulsed an unwavering determination, an echo of what it meant to be human, to love, to lose, to yearn for reclamation. If there's a chance, even the smallest of chances, the sergeant major pressed his palm to the table, his body tense, a man on the precipice of dark knowledge. Listen. I beg you. It's not just about the wish. It's what follows, the chaos, the ruin. Each wish comes with a price. Not just for you, but for everyone. His voice dripped with urgency, a desperate plea echoing against the storm. But their hearts beat as one, a symphony of longing, and I could feel it, the insatiable ache for what had been lost clawing at them. The storm outside seemed to echo their internal struggle, fierce and unrelenting, as if nature itself bore witness to the impending doom. And just as Morris's pleas reached a crescendo, the winds picked up, shrieking, a howl of discontent. The candle sputtered ominously, casting flickering shadows that danced like ghosts around the room. Time twisted, coiling tighter, seconds stretching into eternities as the weight of the moment hung heavy, thickening the air until it felt electric, charged with foreboding. In that instant, a decision loomed. A choice so heavy it threatened to crush under its own gravity. I could feel the weight of it, the longing for what was lost, the echoes of laughter turned to silence. The paw sat there, a sinister artifact, whispering promises wrapped in dark horrors. The wind howled louder, and for the first time, I felt the dawning realization, some wishes should remain ungranted, tethered to the shadows of grief. The sergeant major stood resolute, a lone sentinel against the tide of desperation, a guardian of truth in a world ready to plunge into darkness. And in that charged atmosphere, I could feel the world teetering on the edge, waiting for the inevitable. The paw glimmered, a beacon of hope and despair, and as the storm raged outside, the white stood in the eye of the tempest, hearts quaking, breathing in the heavy air thick with impending choices. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder that life is a series of delicate threads, intertwined with loss and longing, and sometimes, the greatest curses come cloaked in the guise of our deepest desires. The wind howled like a banshee, clawing at the windows of the modest white home. Shadows danced across the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that mimicked the tension hanging thick in the air. Mr. White sat hunched forward, his fingers trembling, heart racing, as he clutched the small, almost unnoticeable object in his palm, the monkey's paw. The very thing that dared him to dream, yet whispered warnings only he could hear. "Do you really think it's true?" His wife's voice trembled, breaking through the storm outside, her eyes darting, wild with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Her disbelief felt palpable, solid enough to grasp, yet part of her wanted to believe. Oh, how she wanted to believe. She stood by the fire, embers popping like tiny fireworks, illuminating her worried face. The warmth of the flames was a stark contrast to the icy grip of dread that wrapped around Mr. White's heart. "I remember," he muttered, more to himself than to her, "the fortune teller, she said it would grant 3 wishes." His voice trembled, a quivering leaf caught in a tempest. But at what cost? He glanced at her, those deep-set eyes that once sparkled with hope now clouded with uncertainty. She was everything, a mother, a partner, a dreamer with wild aspirations, but even now, as he held the fate of their future in his hands, she looked fragile, as if the very air could shatter her resolve. "Don't you see?" She stepped closer, her breath hitching in her throat. "If we could change things? Think of Herbert. Just one wish." The pain of their son, his laughter now a distant echo, pierced through Mr. White's heart like a shard of glass. Herbert, who should have been in the next room laughing over a game of chess, had become a ghost haunting the corners of their home. The thought twisted like a knife in his gut. The monkey's paw pulsed under his palm, a heartbeat of its own. He reached for it, the decision clawing at him like the storm outside. But what if, the words hung in the air, thick with implication. What if they wished for something frivolous, something that spiraled into tragedy? "I remember," he said again, the mantra of a man standing at the precipice. I remember how life was before, the memories washed over him, a wave of nostalgia that threatened to pull him under. The happiness, the mundane, the normalcy of being a family. But it was overshadowed, consumed by the darkness that now enveloped them. "I can't," he whispered, almost to himself, the weight of the paw heavy on his soul. But the winds outside howled louder, and deep inside, that flicker of hope began to stoke a fire. What if they could bring Herbert back? What if this strange relic could rewrite their story? His wife's eyes shone with a desperate light, a spark of something unnameable. If not for us, then for him. We owe it to him. Her voice rose, trembling with the weight of loss, the hunger for their boy's laughter to echo once more. The monkey's paw, a grotesque symbol of wishes and their twisted repercussions, lay there, waiting, an entity alive with potential and malice. He felt his pulse quicken, a frantic rhythm against the haunting silence. What's a wish, he thought. A fleeting moment of greed, perhaps. A second to grasp at the impossible, to demand the universe bend to their will. Just one, he breathed, the words spilling from his lips, as if the decision had slipped through his fingers before he could grasp its magnitude. Just one wish. And then it was done. A whisper of intent, a flick of the wrist, and he felt the air change, heavy with anticipation, charged as if the universe itself held its breath. The paw shifted in his hand, a ghastly pulse throbbing, as though it had heard him, understood him. But as the darkness of the room closed in, an icy shiver skated down his spine. What had he just done? There was no turning back now. The shadows seemed to loom larger, creeping closer, as if anticipating the chaos that would explode from this moment of weakness. "Mr. White," his wife gasped, her voice trembling. "What have you done?" His heart raced, beating a frantic tattoo against his ribs. Words of doubt and fear tangled around him, wrapping tighter, choking him. The visions of what could come flooded his mind. Herbert's laughter, the thrill of a second chance, but then a darker thought flickered, a cruel twist of fate waiting just behind the veil. "I remember," he murmured, a mantra, a warning, an invocation. "I remember the stories." Her eyes, wide and shimmering with unshed tears, bored into him, searching for the man she once knew. But he felt distant, transformed by the very act of wishing. A veil had drawn between them, and the fabric of their reality began to fray. The house creaked, the shadows deepened, and time seemed to slow, stretching out in that moment of decision, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. The air hummed with electricity, vibrating with an impending storm of consequences, and deep inside, a visceral fear clawed at him, a realization that they were not merely playing with fate, they were challenging an ancient force that had no love for humanity. "Herbert," he whispered, the name a fragile thread binding them to hope, yet tangled with the thorns of despair. Would this wish pull him from the clutches of the abyss, or plunge them deeper into a nightmare? The silence that followed was deafening, an oppressive weight that pressed against their chests. He could almost hear the ticking of the clock, counting down, counting down. Each tick a reminder of the fragility of life, of time slipping away. And in that moment, he knew he had opened a door to a shadowy realm, where wishes were not gifts but curses wrapped in longing. "Do you think," she began, but her voice was swallowed by the ominous hum of the night, a prelude to the chaos that awaited them. The walls shivered, shadows whispered, and the paw pulsed ominously in Mr. White's hand, a harbinger of the storm to come, revealing not just their desire for happiness, but the dark price that would be demanded in return. The clock in the hallway ticked with a heavy, mocking rhythm, the sound slicing through the silence of the dimly lit room. Each tick felt like a heartbeat, echoing a secret that lingered just beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed. I stood there, frozen, heart racing, eyes darting toward the small, grotesque paw that rested on the table, as if it were a grotesque trophy from a nightmare. It seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its fingers curling and uncurling like the tendrils of some dark magic, whispering promises too dangerous to fathom. "Do you really think it can give us what we ask for?" Clara's voice trembled as she stood beside me, her eyes wide with both fear and fascination. She was my sister, fiercely practical, yet in moments like these, the wild stories of our childhood crept back in, gnawing at her rational mind. I could see her battling, caught between what she knew and what she longed to believe. "I don't know," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. It felt sacrilegious to speak the words aloud. The paw, a withered thing, seemed to mock us, a relic of a world steeped in superstition, the kind of world we'd laughed at only days before. "But we have nothing left to lose." "No, we can't," Clara insisted, shaking her head, her curls bouncing in defiance. What if it's true? What if it's just a trick? There was a tremor in her tone that betrayed her skepticism. She was the voice of reason, the keeper of logic, yet here she stood, drawn into the gravity of the paw's dark allure, as though it were a black hole pulling us both in. Our father, a fortress of disbelief, sat at the other end of the room, arms crossed, his brow furrowed with the weight of his own doubts. "It's a joke, Clara. A twisted joke." His voice carried the gruffness of a man who had wrestled with disappointment far too long. "This thing can't grant wishes. It's just a nasty piece of taxidermy." But even as he spoke, I could see it, the flicker of uncertainty behind his eyes. He didn't believe in the power of the paw, yet something primal in him stirred, a fear as ancient as time itself. A fear that the cosmos had left us stranded in a world of chaos, a world where our wishes withered like autumn leaves, unfulfilled. As the minutes stretched into an eternity, the air thickened with tension. I could feel the pulse of hope slipping away, replaced by a creeping dread that coiled around my heart. I remembered a story my grandmother told, a tale woven with shadows and whispers, of a man who wished for riches and lost everything he held dear instead. The paw inched closer to us, the silence swelling around it, taunting our disbelief. "Let's just try it," I urged, the words spilling from my lips before I could catch them. "What if it really can do something?" Clara's eyes widened in horror, and I could see the inner turmoil unraveling her resolve, fear battling desire. "What if it doesn't? What if you're right?" The slightest crack in her voice sent a shiver down my spine. Our father sighed, the sound heavy with the weight of resignation. "It's a fool's errand. You'll only stir up trouble." But even he hesitated, the shadows lurking in the corners of the room almost alive, swirling with the allure of the unknown. "Trouble? What trouble?" I shot back, my voice rising, tension slipping into anger. "We're already in trouble. Look at us. We're drowning in grief, in loss, in the endless loop of what we wished we could have done differently." The words felt like daggers, aimed at the heart of our familial bonds. A flicker of pain crossed Clara's face, and I knew then that we were all caught in the same web, the desperate longing for something more, a way out of this relentless cycle of despair. "But at what cost?" she whispered, a question so raw it hung heavy in the air like smoke from an extinguished flame. There it was, the chasm between what we desired and what we feared. The paw, in all its grotesque splendor, sat like a dark mirror, reflecting the fractures within us. I thought about the dreams that slipped through my fingers, the moments that had turned to ashes. The paw could be the answer or the curse. My heart raced, the line between skepticism and belief blurring dangerously. I took a step closer, the urge to grasp the paw's cold, lifeless surface overwhelming. "Let's just see, Clara. Just once. For Mom." The name hung between us like a distant star, both illuminating and haunting, reminding us of all that we had lost. In that moment, the air thickened, a shroud of unspoken fears wrapping us tightly. I could feel the universe holding its breath, the mysteries of life and death swirling like dust motes in the light. Clara looked at our father, searching for his approval, his steadfastness, and I could see the way her resolve began to crumble. "Just once," I reiterated, feeling a surge of determination. "We'll ask for something small, something harmless. If it's a trick, we'll walk away." But even as I spoke, doubt clawed at me. What if it wasn't harmless? What if the paw had teeth, hungry for our desires, ready to snatch everything away? Clara's gaze lingered on the paw, the glint of something, hope or terror, dancing in her eyes. "Fine. But if it goes wrong," her voice faded, and I could feel the weight of what lay ahead pressing down on us. And so, in that moment, as the clock continued its relentless ticking, we stood at the precipice of disbelief, hearts racing in tandem, unknowingly teetering on the edge of fate. The shadows around us lengthened, and the paw seemed to beckon, whispering promises of what could be, an echo of desire that would never truly let go. Time stretched, each second heavy with potential, and as we prepared to take the plunge into the uncharted depths of magic and despair, the line between hope and fear blurred into a haunting melody that would follow us into the unknown. The fluorescent lights hummed, a mechanical heartbeat in the sterile office. I remember the way the clock ticked, steady, relentless, counting down lives in minutes, seconds, breaths. Herbert sat hunched over his desk, a mountain of spreadsheets and coffee cups cradled in the crook of his arm. He was always the last to leave, the one who would smile through the chaos, his laughter spilling like warm sunlight into the dreary cubicles. But today, that light flickered, dimmed, and I could feel it in my bones. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken words, and tension coiled like a snake, ready to strike. I remember the way I looked up from my own screen, my eyes catching the flicker of Herbert's fingers on the keyboard, rapid fire, desperate. His brow was furrowed, a storm brewing behind those gentle blue eyes. He sighed, a sound that echoed despair more than defeat, and time seemed to slow, each tick of the clock stretching into eternity. "Just one more report," he murmured, not even glancing up. "Just one more." But I could sense it, the tremor in his voice, the wavering facade. It was like watching a dancer balance on the edge of a precipice, in a world that spun too fast. I wanted to reach out, to tell him to stop, to breathe, but words tangled in my throat. I remember the way I hesitated, how fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. And then, it happened. Herbert's hand went still, suspended in the air as if he were caught in a moment of suspended animation. The silence was deafening. I remember the way my stomach dropped, the acidic taste of dread pooling at the back of my throat. "Herbert!" I called out softly, though I knew he wouldn't respond. A chill washed over the room, and the fluorescent lights flickered, then dimmed, just as his spirit began to fade. He pitched forward, his body crumpling like a discarded piece of paper. Time shattered into a million shards as I lunged across the desk, heart racing, hands clammy with panic. "Herbert!" I screamed, the word ricocheting off the walls, bouncing back to me, empty. I remember the way the world shrank to that singular moment, his stillness, the rising tide of my terror. Colleagues rushed in, faces painted with confusion and fear, a surreal tableau of chaos unfolding in the sterile confines of our office. I caught a glimpse of Sandra, her hand shaking, her mouth a silent "oh" of horror. She dropped her phone, and I watched it tilt and fall, the glass shattering like my sense of reality. "Call 911, someone shouted, but the words hung in the air like smoke, no one daring to take action. The sound of sirens blared in the distance, yet it felt like an eternity before they reached us, before the world outside our bubble crashed back into focus. I knelt by Herbert, desperate, shaking him gently, willing him to respond, to crack a smile and tell me it was all just a joke, a twisted joke, maybe, but a joke all the same. The lifelessness of his body was a weight on my chest, a leaden anchor pulling me into an abyss of disbelief. The smell of coffee mingled with fear, a bitter concoction that I would never be able to erase from my memory. "Herbert, please," I whispered, the words spilling out like a prayer, "not like this, not now." But the truth hovered over us, stark and unforgiving. Life, in all its chaotic beauty, was too cruel to allow for fairy tales. I remember the paramedics bursting through the door, their faces masks of professionalism, yet I caught a glimmer of sorrow in their eyes. They crouched beside us, the sharp sounds of equipment puncturing the heavy air, the rhythm of their movements a stark contrast to the stillness that enveloped Herbert. I could see the rise and fall of their chests as they worked to pull him from the grip of death, but it was as if they were fighting a battle already lost. "Get back," one of them ordered, and it was as if a spell had been cast, pulling me away from the scene, from the man who had filled our days with laughter and warmth. I staggered back, feeling as though I had lost a piece of myself in that moment, an echo of the light that had once surrounded Herbert now extinguished. I remember the way the room felt empty, even with bodies and voices swirling around me, like the universe had decided that laughter and joy were luxuries not meant for us. I could feel the weight of the unspoken burden hanging around our necks, the realization settling in like a thick fog. This was the first consequence, a ripple in the fabric of our lives, a fracture that would never heal. The sirens wailed, a discordant symphony underscoring the pain that had settled in our hearts. I caught Sandra's gaze, and in that moment, we shared a silent understanding, an unbreakable bond formed in the fire of grief. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I could see the reflection of my own soul, fractured and lost. We didn't need words. We were witnesses to a moment that would forever haunt us, a ghost that would linger, whispering reminders of our fragility. The clock continued its relentless march, a reminder that time was an unforgiving mistress, and the world outside moved on. Cars honked, people rushed, lives continued without us, and yet here we were, suspended in a moment that would forever define us. Herbert's laughter would echo in our minds like a haunting melody, a reminder of what we had lost. His absence would carve a hole in our daily routine, and the mundane tasks we had once shared would now feel like climbing mountains. The office would never feel the same again, no more coffee breaks shared, no more silly jokes exchanged. I remember the pulse of the city outside, the heartbeat of a world that didn't know, didn't care. The sun would rise, and the shadows would stretch, but within those walls, the light had dimmed. And as the paramedics wheeled Herbert away, I knew this was just the beginning, a wound that would fester and ache, the first consequence of something greater, something none of us could foresee. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, as the pieces began to fall into place, a dark puzzle of grief and loss that would shape our lives in ways we had yet to understand. I remembered the way Herbert had brightened those long meetings, the way his laughter had twinkled through the air like fireflies in the night. The echoes of that laughter would haunt us, even as we stood in the aftermath, staring into the abyss of what we had lost. Would we ever find our way back to the light? Outside, the world moved on, but inside, in the hollow of that office, time had stopped. The clock ticked on, but I could feel its weight, its reminder of lives lost, dreams shattered, and the inevitability of change. The first consequence had struck, a cruel twist of fate that would bind us together in our mourning, a tapestry woven with threads of sorrow that would only grow darker. The air thickened with unspoken fears as the shadows stretched longer, and I could almost hear Herbert's voice whispering through the darkness, reminding us that life was fragile, fleeting. And just like that, I knew, this was only the beginning. The air hung heavy with the scent of burnt rubber and something metallic, as if the universe held its breath. I stood there, my heart thundering in my chest, the distant hum of sirens clawing at the silence that enveloped us. Herbert! The name lingered in the atmosphere like a ghost, an echo of laughter from better days. A terrible accident, a shattered evening. He lay on the cold, unforgiving asphalt, his body twisted in a way that defied nature, and oh, how I wished I could erase the memory. That image burned into my mind like a scar. But now, the company was here, and they carried with them a promise wrapped in crisp dollar bills and insipid platitudes. Their representatives, the neatly pressed suits, the rehearsed condolences, stood like wolves in sheep's clothing, ready to feast on our grief. I clenched my fists, the heat of anger rising in my throat. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, each breath a struggle as I faced the slick-haired man who flashed a smile too wide, too practiced. "Mr. Dawson," he said, his voice smooth as glass, yet as cold as the night sky. "We're prepared to offer you compensation for your loss." Loss. That word hung like a noose, tightening around my neck. I glanced at Margaret, Herbert's wife, her eyes red-rimmed, shimmering with unshed tears. She was a portrait of heartbreak, fragile, yet brimming with a fierce love that would not be extinguished. I saw her despair, a dark shadow that threatened to swallow her whole, and it ignited something in me, a fire that would not be quelled. Compensation. I echoed, the word tasting sour on my tongue. It felt grotesque, a transactional way to dismiss our grief. I remembered the night before the accident, the laughter that danced between us, the dreams we spun like silk, delicate and beautiful. Now they lay in ruin, scattered like ashes. "You're offering money for a life." He shifted uncomfortably, his smile faltering for just a moment, the only crack in his polished facade. "It's standard procedure. We'd like to settle this amicably." Amicably. What a disingenuous word. It felt like a slap across the face, a mockery of our suffering. I looked back at Herbert, the man who had been full of life, whose laughter had echoed in that very room. He was more than a number, more than a line on a ledger, he was our everything. Margaret's breath hitched, and in that moment, I became acutely aware of the despair pooling within her. She was on the edge, teetering between grief and rage, and I could feel the tremors of her heart echoing through the ground beneath us. "You think money can replace him?" she finally whispered, her voice raw and cracked, each syllable dripping with sorrow. "You think this will take away the emptiness?" The man's brows furrowed, it was clear he didn't understand the depths of our pain. "It's a way to move forward," he insisted, but I could hear the falter in his voice, a tremor that betrayed his certainty. He was just a pawn, repeating lines fed to him by a corporate machine, devoid of empathy. But we were flesh and blood, human beings tangled in a web of heartbreak. I felt something shift within me, a storm brewing. "You want to talk about moving forward?" I spat, the words hot and fierce. "Tell me how we're supposed to move forward without him. What do we do with the memories? The dreams?" The laughter that now echoes in an empty room. With each word, I built a cacophony of emotion, a hurricane of grief that surged through my veins, desperate to break free. "What do we do with the love that's been torn apart?" Margaret's hand found mine, her fingers trembling as they intertwined with a grip that felt both fragile and unyielding. Her eyes shone with unshed tears, and I could see the flicker of a fire igniting behind them. She was fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to engulf her, and I was right there beside her, each heartbeat syncing with hers in a rhythm of defiance. "We want justice," I declared, the words spilling out like a dam breaking. "We want to make sure this never happens again." "You think you can just throw money at us and expect us to feel better? You think we'll just forget?" The anger swirled around us, a palpable force that crackled in the air. I could see the man's resolve wavering, the practiced calm slipping away as he shifted on his feet, glancing at the clipboard in his hands like it held all the answers. In the distance, the sirens grew louder, an eerie reminder of the chaos that had shattered our lives. I could feel the world spinning, time slipping through my fingers like sand. Herbert deserved more than this, more than their hollow gestures. I thought of him, his laughter, the warmth in his eyes, the way he had always made me feel like everything would be okay. And now he was gone, replaced by an empty space that echoed with memories and what ifs. "Tell us what you're going to do," Margaret pressed, her voice trembling but resolute. "Tell us how you'll make this right." The challenge hung in the air, electric, a gauntlet thrown down at his feet. He hesitated, the silence stretching like a taut wire, and in that moment, I could see the truth behind the mask. He was just a cog in the machine, a puppet dancing to the tune of a company that saw people as numbers, and I could feel the hatred surging forth. I stepped closer, my heart pounding, the tension thick enough to slice. "You can't buy our grief," I said, each word a promise, a challenge. "You can't buy his life." The man's expression hardened, the cracks in his calm facade sealing themselves under the weight of our anger. But I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the fear of a confrontation that could tear through his polished world, and for a brief moment, I reveled in it. We were warriors in this battle, the echoes of Herbert's laughter ringing in our ears, urging us on. I could see Margaret's strength flowing into me, and in that shared heartbeat, I knew we were unstoppable. We would not be silenced. We would not be dismissed. As the city loomed behind us, shadows dancing against the twilight, I felt the pulse of the moment, a fusion of despair and hope, of anger and resolution. This was just the beginning. The company could throw their money at us, but our fight for Herbert, for justice, would not end here. We would rise, and when the time came, we would make them listen. And as the darkness settled in, enveloping us like a shroud, I felt the stirrings of something powerful, a resolve, a promise to keep Herbert alive in our hearts, no matter the cost. The wind howled outside, a relentless wail that seeped through the cracks of the old cottage, rattling the shutters and echoing with a chilling promise. Inside, a suffocating silence clung to the air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and smouldering memories. Mrs. White sat hunched over the hearth, her fingers trembling as they traced the edge of the worn photograph resting in her lap. Herbert, his boyish smile frozen in time, a snapshot of a life that had slipped away too soon. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like restless spirits, illuminating the hollow emptiness of her home. I remember, her voice broke the silence, raw and trembling, the way he laughed. It was like music, sweet and light, filling every corner of this house. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the edges of her reality, but she blinked them away, determination sparking through the haze of grief. I remember the way he used to run through the fields, arms wide, as if he could embrace the sky itself. The memory surged within her, a bittersweet wave that threatened to drown her spirit. Her husband, Mr. White, stood at the doorway, a ghost of his former self, the weight of loss etched into his weary features. He had retreated into silence, the man she once knew now just a shadow, an echo of heartbreak. "You can't wish him back, Mary," he murmured, but the words were hardly a whisper. They hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, a reality she refused to accept. "Why not?" Her voice was a howl, raw and wild, echoing through the empty rooms. "Why can't I wish for him to come back? I could ask the pawnbroker. I could use the second wish." The thought hung between them, suspended like a fragile thread, daring to snap under the weight of despair. "Don't say that," he pleaded, a tremor in his voice. "You know what happened with the first wish. It's not a game, Mary. It's dangerous." His eyes, clouded with sorrow, met hers, and for a fleeting moment, she saw a flicker of the man she fell in love with, a spark buried beneath the rubble of grief. But desperation clawed at her heart, a relentless beast that would not be silenced. "He's my son." The words burst forth, a primal scream that shattered the stillness, vibrating against the walls. "I would trade anything for just one moment, 1 second to hold him again." The photograph gripped tightly in her hand, she pressed it to her chest as if it could summon him forth from the beyond. "Mary," he said softly, "please think this through." But she could see the shadows in his eyes, the flicker of fear battling with the flicker of hope. It was a dangerous dance, a thin line between love and madness. Her heart raced, each beat echoing in the silence, an unrelenting reminder of the void left by Herbert's absence. I remember when we first brought him home," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "He was so tiny, so perfect. I cradled him in my arms, and I thought nothing could ever tear us apart." She closed her eyes, allowing the memories to wash over her, a cacophony of laughter, tears, and dreams unfulfilled. "Mr. White stepped closer, the warmth of his body a comfort against her cold despair. "Mary, we can't bring him back. It's not what you think. The wish, it could unleash something worse." His voice trembled, and she could see the fear etched on his face. But her heart, heavy with longing, drowned out his warning. "I don't care," she cried, the words spilling forth like blood from an open wound. "I would face the darkness of the unknown for just a moment with him. Just 1 second to tell him I love him." The silence that followed was deafening, a void that threatened to swallow her whole. She felt the pull, an invisible thread tugging at her very being, a promise laced with peril. "I need this, Arthur," she said, her voice a fragile whisper now. "I need to chance it. I can't live like this, haunted by what was lost." Her husband's eyes darkened, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "Then you're willing to lose everything?" The weight of his words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. "Maybe it's worth it," she replied, her pulse racing, the firelight reflecting the fierce determination in her eyes. "Maybe this time, things could be different. Maybe we could have our son back, just as he was." She reached for the pawnbroker's talisman, a strange coin that shimmered in the low light, an object imbued with the echoes of their desperate choices. "Mary, no." His voice broke, and she could see the panic etched into his brow, the fear that she might summon something unholy. But all she could think of was Herbert, his laughter, the way he lit up the room. She couldn't bear the thought of him lost forever. The wind howled outside, a mournful serenade, and in that moment, she made her choice, her heart pounding like a drumbeat of fate. "I wish," the words rolled off her tongue, heavy with the weight of sacrifice, "I wish for my son to return." The air crackled, the shadows around them deepening, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to hold its breath. "Mrs. White stood at the precipice of hope and horror, the line blurred, the darkness whispering promises she wasn't ready to understand. She felt the world shift beneath her, the ground trembling with an ancient magic that coursed through her veins, a swirling vortex of desire and dread. And then, silence. A deafening, all-consuming silence that wrapped around her like a shroud, leaving only the echo of her wish lingering in the air, a haunting melody that promised reunion, but at what cost? The shadows thickened, and she could almost hear Herbert's laughter, distant and echoing, a siren's call in the dark. The door creaked, a slight movement, and her breath caught in her throat, her heart a frantic drum in the eerie stillness, caught between the realms of loss and longing. The air grew colder, the darkness deeper, and she could feel it, the terrible weight of what she had unleashed. The chilling question loomed, had she truly brought her son back? Or had she simply summoned a spectre, a shadow of the boy she once knew? Time seemed to stretch into eternity, and the shadows whispered, beckoning her to take a step closer into the unknown. The universe held its breath, waiting for the answer, as Mrs. White's heart raced, caught in the web of her own desperate plea. The clock ticks, its sound a relentless heartbeat in the silence of the dimly lit room. Each tick reverberates through the air like a drum roll, foreboding, alive, echoing the anxiety that hangs heavy like fog. Shadows stretch long across the walls, dancing grotesquely, each flicker of the candlelight revealing and concealing, like some wicked game of hide and seek with the very essence of fear. I remember the first time I felt the weight of that night. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the shadows lengthen, twisting around my family as if they sought to wrap us in their dark embrace. My wife, Clara, perched on the edge of the threadbare couch, her fingers twisting and untwisting a frayed piece of yarn, her eyes darting toward the window. She was waiting, always waiting, as if the darkness beyond might somehow hold the answers we desperately sought. "It's just the wind," I said, though I wasn't sure if I believed my own words. But the wind howled outside, rising and falling like a mournful wail, and with it came the tremors in Clara's hands. She caught my gaze, her eyes a stormy sea of panic and resolve. "There's something out there, isn't there?" It wasn't a question, it was a plea, an invocation of something ancient and primal. The walls whispered back to her, their creaks and groans echoing her fears. In the corner of the room, our son, Leo, sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by crumpled papers and half-finished drawings. He was lost in a world of color and imagination, yet the vibrant hue seemed to fade in the encroaching dusk. The weight of the air pressed upon him too, though he wore his innocence like a shield. "Mom, it's just the shadows," he chimed, his voice light and airy, yet I could see the flicker of uncertainty dance across his brow. The darkness curled around him, thick and suffocating, whispering secrets only it could know. "What if they're not just shadows?" Clara's voice trembled, and I felt a cold finger of dread trace my spine. What if they're... She couldn't finish the thought that hung between us, heavy and tangible, and yet we all knew. The world outside had changed, twisted into something grotesque and unrecognizable. "Mom, it's just a storm," Leo insisted, his voice firm but wavering like the candle's flame. "Storms come and go." Yet I watched the way his hands trembled, how he pressed them together in a desperate attempt to suppress the truth blossoming within him. "Right." He looked at me, his wide eyes searching for assurance, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. "Right," I echoed, though my own voice felt foreign, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. The shadows curled around the room, drawing closer, eager to listen to our doubts. Outside, the wind howled, a banshee's wail that clawed at the very fabric of our reality. I could almost see the darkness creeping in through the windows, a tangible force pressing against the glass. Memories flickered, fragments of laughter, the warmth of sunlight, the innocence of a day untainted by dread. But now, that warmth felt like a distant dream, fading into the cold embrace of night. "Do you remember that time we went camping?" I asked, desperate to anchor us to a time before the shadows had taken root in our lives. "The stars were so bright, you thought you could touch them." Leo's face lit up, a brief moment of light in the gathering gloom. "And we made s'mores." "Yes." Clara chimed in, her voice a bit brighter. "You fell asleep under the stars." But the laughter was like porcelain, fragile and cracking under the weight of reality. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as the night deepened. Each tick of the clock became a countdown, the seconds slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The air was thick with something unsaid, a palpable fear that suffocated laughter and chased away memories. Then a sudden crash outside, a branch breaking, perhaps, or something much worse. Clara jumped, her hand flying to her mouth, eyes wide with terror. Leo's face paled, and I felt my heart race, pounding like a caged animal. "What was that?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "I don't know," I replied, but the truth loomed large and ugly in my mind, clawing its way to the surface. I stood, moving toward the window, drawn by some primal instinct to confront the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. Each step felt heavy, the floorboards creaking beneath me like the ominous laughter of long-forgotten ghosts. But as I reached the window, the world outside was a void. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The moon hung low, a sickly orb casting a pale light that did little to dispel the shadows. The air vibrated with an energy I couldn't comprehend, a pulse that beat in sync with the frantic rhythm of my heart. "Dad!" Leo's voice pulled me from the brink, a fragile tether to reality. "What's out there?" I turned to look at him, my heart aching. "Nothing, buddy. Just the storm." But even as I said it, I felt the lie settle around us, heavy and oppressive. The storm was more than wind and rain, it was the embodiment of our fears, a storm of doubt and dread that threatened to consume us. And as the wind howled, clawing at the edges of our sanctuary, I felt the shadows push closer, their whispers wrapping around us, encircling us in a tightening grip of anxiety. The night was alive, hungry, and as the clock continued its relentless ticking, we were left to wonder, what would it take to break the silence? What would emerge from the darkness as the night deepened? With each passing second, the air grew thicker, the shadows darker, and the weight of the unknown pressed down upon our hearts. And just as I thought we might break free of the tension, I caught Clara's gaze, a spark of wild fear and fierce determination. The night was still young, full of uncertainty, and though we stood together in that dimly lit room, the shadows whispered of a confrontation yet to come, the climax looming just beyond our reach, a storm of our own making, waiting to be unleashed. The clock ticked against the silence, each second a hammer striking against the anvil of her heart. "Mrs." White stood by the door, her hands trembling, engulfed in shadows that stretched like fingers, longing to pull her into their depths. Outside, the streetlights flickered, casting yellow pools of light that danced with the night's cold breath. She could hear the wind whispering secrets, carrying with it the weight of unspoken fears. What if it's not him? The thought twisted her stomach into knots. She pressed her palm against the door, feeling the cold wood beneath. "I can't lose him again." Her breath came in sharp bursts, the air thick with anticipation, suffocating yet intoxicating. She remembered the last time he had left, the echo of his footsteps fading into the evening, leaving her hollow. "I remember the taste of salt on my cheeks," she thought. The emptiness that followed. It had been a storm that night, too, a tempest that raged outside, echoing the chaos within her. "Mrs." White turned, glancing at the flickering candle on the kitchen table, its flame trembling like her resolve. Shadows danced across the walls, and for a moment, she swore they were faces, twisted in grief, mocking her desperation. "Don't you dare," she hissed at the shadows, her voice a fragile thread. "Don't you dare bring back those memories." She recalled James, his laughter like music that once filled the house, now a haunting melody that played at the edges of her mind. "He promised he'd come back," she whispered, almost pleading with the universe. "He promised." The longing in her heart clawed at her, a relentless beast that gnawed at her sanity. The air thickened, pregnant with unspoken words, and the sound of a distant car engine rumbled, sending ripples of hope through her. She pressed her ear against the door, listening, waiting. If she concentrated hard enough, she could almost hear his voice, could almost see his smile, warm, full of love, like a summer day she desperately wanted to hold onto. But that warmth was a ghost, fading in and out of her reach, like a wisp of smoke, trailing away into nothingness. "I remember the last time he said my name," she thought, her heart clenching at the memory. The way it rolled off his tongue, like a promise wrapped in silk. The sound of a footstep on the porch snapped her back to the present, and her heart raced, thumping like a drum announcing the arrival of fate. Was it him? The anticipation electrified her, every nerve alight with a dangerous thrill. But as quickly as the hope surged, it receded, leaving behind a gnawing dread. What if it was someone else? Someone who would crush the fragile remnants of her sanity? The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of doubt, and her pulse quickened, matching the frantic rhythm of her thoughts. "You should open it," a voice inside her urged. "You owe it to him, to yourself." But the other voice, the darker one, screamed, "What if it's not him? What if it's the end?" The door rattled slightly as if something, or someone, was pushing against it. A breath caught in her throat, a gasp of terror and longing that wrestled for dominance. She reached for the knob, her fingers brushing against the cool metal, and for a moment, the world fell away. Time suspended in that single heartbeat, a fragile moment teetering on the edge of a precipice. She could sense the weight of the world pressing against her, the shadows converging, whispering, "You can't go back, don't you see? You can't unmake what's been broken." But she clung to the hope that shimmered like a distant star, refusing to be extinguished. In that instant, she remembered a time when love felt invincible, when laughter echoed in the halls, and joy was an everyday affair. With a sudden surge of defiance, she turned the knob. The door creaked open, a shriek that sliced through the silence, revealing a sliver of the outside world bathed in darkness. Her heart pounded, a wild drumbeat echoing in her chest as she peered into the night, the anticipation morphing into a potent cocktail of dread and yearning. And then she saw him. Or at least, the silhouette of a figure framed against the dim light. Her breath hitched in her throat, the air thick with disbelief and a whirlwind of emotions. "James," she breathed, hope surging through her veins like lightning. But as the figure stepped closer, the shadows shifted, and doubt crept in again, wrapping itself around her heart like a vice. No, it wasn't him. It couldn't be him. The face was too shadowed, the posture too unfamiliar, and yet something about it tugged at the corners of her memory, teasing her with the warmth of familiarity. "Who are you?" Her voice was a whisper, fragile and trembling under the weight of her fear. The figure paused, and the world around her narrowed down to that singular moment, the heartbeat of existence, the space where reality and nightmare collided. The shadows behind her seemed to pull back, holding their breath, as if they, too, were waiting for the answer. "Mrs. White," the figure finally spoke, and the voice floated through the air, heavy with unspoken truths. It was low, resonant, like a distant thunderstorm promising rain. "I came back." Hope and despair twisted within her, a tempest raging in her soul. "You," she breathed, you left." Her heart dropped, despair clawing its way up her throat. "You promised." "I had to," came the response, and the shadows thickened around them, closing in like a predatory beast. "I had to find a way back." The weight of the night pressed down, the silence echoing with the ghosts of what had been and what could be. The door stood ajar, an invitation or a warning, she couldn't tell, and in that moment, everything blurred, the lines of reality dissolving into an ethereal haze. Mrs. White's heart raced as they stood suspended in time, the air vibrating with unuttered emotions, each heartbeat a thunderclap that resonated through the stillness. She didn't know whether to step closer or to retreat, the pull of love and the chill of betrayal battling for dominance within her. The shadows whispered secrets of the past, of broken promises and lost futures, while the figure outside waited, a portal to everything she had once desired, and to everything that could destroy her. This wasn't just a moment, it was the precipice, the edge where everything converged. The sound at the door had become more than just a knock, it was the echo of her life, spiraling through the cosmos, colliding with her heart. There was no turning back now. The clock ticked, slicing through the heavy silence of the room. Each second echoed like a hammer striking flesh, a relentless reminder of time's cruel march. Mr. White stood frozen, the air thick with a tension that clawed at his throat. He could almost hear it, a whispering wind, a voice that crept from the shadows and danced around his ears. His heart thudded violently, a desperate plea against the rising dread. He stared at the door, the threshold to a nightmarish reality that he could not bear to acknowledge. Herbert was gone. Or so he thought. "I remember," he murmured to himself, a mantra that felt futile in the grasp of his terror. "I remember the day he left." It was a day painted in hues of grey, the sky weeping as if it knew, as if it mourned. The weight of that memory pressed down on him, suffocating. It had been a simple goodbye, a promise wrapped in innocence. "I'll be back," Herbert had said. But how naive they had been, How foolish to believe in the simplicity of return. Now, a shadow loomed over the threshold, and he could feel it, the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, vibrating with the kind of unholy energy that twisted the gut and sent chills racing down the spine. His wife, Mrs. White, shifted uneasily in the corner, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. "What if he's changed?" she whispered, voice trembling, the warmth of her hand slipping from his grasp. In that moment, he felt the weight of their shared fear, an unbreakable bond of dread that wrapped around them like a shroud. "I don't know," he replied, his voice barely a breath. Her words raked through him, a reminder that they were not just waiting for their son, they were waiting for a ghost. The chilling thought slithered into his mind, what if Herbert returned not as the boy they remembered, but as something darker, something twisted? A creak echoed through the house, a slow, deliberate sound that sent icy fingers crawling up his spine. The door trembled, the handle quivered as if something unseen thrashed against the confines of the world outside. Mr. White's gut twisted painfully. He remembered the stories, the old wives' tales whispered in hushed tones. A return could mean more than just a reunion. A chill coursed through him, and he clutched his hands into fists, trying to fight the rising panic that threatened to consume him. "Don't," he urged himself, though the plea felt hollow, devoid of conviction. "Don't think like that." But the truth hung heavy in the air, a specter that taunted him. He turned to Mrs. White, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with a fear that mirrored his own. "If it's him," his voice trailed off, the terrible possibility swirling, choking the words in his throat. The door rattled again, more violently now, and instinctively he stepped toward it, a moth dancing toward an open flame. Mrs. White caught his arm, her grip like iron, a warning wrapped in desperation. "What if he's not the same?" she urged, her voice a soft, trembling note that cut through the growing storm of anxiety. "What if he brings something back with him?" Those words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. He didn't want to think about it but could not shake the image of Herbert standing there, wearing a smile that was not his own, eyes too bright, too hollow. Each pulse of fear was a reminder of the truth they tried to ignore, that death changes things, reshapes them into grotesque forms. "I remember our laughter," Mr. White whispered, lost in the echo of a happier time. "I remember his smile." But as the memories flooded in, they became tainted, twisted by the weight of the present. The laughter echoed hollow, the smiles felt like ghosts. Was it nostalgia or was it a reminder of innocence lost? The door shuddered violently, and with a final, shattering bang, it flew open. The darkness of the night spilled into the room, thick and suffocating, shadows creeping in like fingers clawing at the edges of their reality. A figure stood silhouetted against the backdrop of the moonlight, framed in a halo of eerie silver. Herbert! But was it truly him? The air thickened, heavy with an unseen dread. He felt Mrs. White's breath hitch beside him, a gasp that echoed the horror clawing at his heart. "Father," Herbert said, voice low and unsettling, yet achingly familiar. It wrapped around him like a shroud, tugging at the strings of memory. But there was something else there, something lurking beneath the surface, a tremor of darkness that sent a fresh wave of terror crashing over Mr. White. "Herbert," he breathed, voice faltering as the truth clawed at him, raw and primal. What had the world done to his son? What had he brought back with him, hidden beneath the mask of familiarity? Are you really my son?" The question slipped from his lips, treacherous and unguarded, a whisper among shadows. The figure stepped closer, just a heartbeat away, and the air thickened with the weight of unspoken horrors. "I am," Herbert replied, but the words felt like a knife twisting in his gut. The shadows flickered, revealing eyes that glinted like polished stones, too bright, too knowing. In that moment, Mr. White understood the horror of realization. The truth was not in the answer but in the monstrous uncertainty that lay behind it. What lay ahead was a nightmare woven from the threads of hope and fear, a tangled web that would ensnare them all. The clock ticked on, each beat a reminder of their fragile reality, as they stood on the precipice of a fate that loomed ever closer, an inevitable collision of love, fear, and a darkness they could not escape. The sound of glass shattering cut through the suffocating stillness, a jagged breath in the air. The lamp exploded in a brilliant shower of light, and for a split second, the room was alive with chaos, the aftermath hanging like a dark cloud. Unfamiliar shadows danced around the walls. I stood frozen, heart racing, eyes locked on the debris, where memories caught fire in the flickering light. I didn't mean it. I swear I didn't mean it. The words slipped from my mouth, frantic and raw, echoing in the space as if I were pleading with the shadows themselves. My fingers trembled, clutching the cursed paw that had promised so much, yet brought nothing but despair. It felt heavier than it had moments before, an anchor dragging me into the depths of an unforgiving ocean. Across the room, Sarah's eyes were wide, fear pulsing through her as the realization of my second wish sunk in. "What have you done, Marcus?" The coldness in her voice pierced deeper than the glass shards scattered at our feet. She had trusted me, believed in the impossible. We had both hoped for a miracle, but this was a nightmare wrapped in a pretty bow. I thought it would fix everything, I stammered, desperately clawing for some semblance of justification. The memory of our son's laughter echoed in my mind, a ghost haunting the remnants of our shattered reality. I wanted to bring him back. Just for a moment. Just to see him. But the wish had twisted itself into something grotesque. I could feel it lurking, the consequences of my greed wrapping around my throat like a noose. I remembered everything, the way he smiled at me, the warmth of his tiny hand wrapped around my finger. That life, that innocence, now tainted by a darkness that had crept in with each wish. "Marcus!" she shouted, voice trembling with a mixture of anger and despair that threatened to crack her. "We had one wish left. One. You've ruined it." I could see the pain in her eyes, a heartbreak so deep it felt tangible. The silence that enveloped us was a living thing, pulsating with unspoken fears and regrets. I had broken our fragile truce. I had seen hope turn to ash in her eyes, and still, I felt the phantom warmth of our son's presence lingering, just beyond reach. The clock on the wall ticked, each second a reminder of our impending doom. I could almost hear the gears grinding, turning against the finality of time. The shadows shifted again, twisting in the dim light, as if the very fabric of our reality was fraying. There was a weight in the air, thick and suffocating, and I could feel it pressing down on my chest, threatening to crush me. "I have to fix this." My voice came out strained, a whisper lost in the tempest surrounding us. I stumbled toward the door, the paw clutched tightly in my palm, its warmth burning against my skin, an omnipresent reminder of my foolishness. "Where are you going?" Sarah's words clawed at me, desperation wrapped in a thin veneer of anger. "You can't just run away." I turned, anger flickering in my chest. "What do you want me to do?" "Stand here and watch everything we've built crumble." She took a step forward, eyes dark pools of sorrow and fury. "You wanted to be a father again, but at what cost, Marcus? You've unleashed something we can't control." I could see the truth in her eyes, jagged and cruel. I was a fool. I had wished for our son to return, to share a moment, thinking it would heal us. But the moment he came back, the world would shift, the balance of nature shattering like glass. What life would he return to? A half-life? Memories flooded my mind, a tempest threatening to drown me. I remembered the day we buried him, the earth swallowing his laughter whole, the way Sarah had held onto me as if I were her lifeline. My heart twisted at the thought. I could still hear her cries, each sob a dagger plunging deeper. "Marcus, please," Sarah's voice cracked the air, pulling me back to the moment. "I can't lose you too." I felt the warmth of her hands as she reached for me, but I pulled away. I had to go. I had to make this right. I could feel the urgency coursing through my veins like wildfire. "Stay here!" I shouted, the words bursting from me like a cannon firing. "I'll find a way to undo this. I have to." With her fear hanging in the air, I dashed through the door, heart pounding as I plunged into the night. The streets were cloaked in shadows, the world outside eerily silent, as if time itself held its breath. I could see the moonlight glinting off the pavement, a beacon guiding me toward something I could not yet grasp. Each step was a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. I remembered the whispers of the ancient ones, their words dripping with mystery. Wishes come at a price, they had said, always, always. But I had been desperate, drowning in grief. I had clung to the hope of a second chance, and now the darkness was closing in, wrapping its icy tendrils around my mind. The wind howled, a mournful sound that echoed my own despair. "Please, let this work," I murmured to the stars, my voice trembling with fear and longing. They blinked back at me, indifferent to my plight, a cosmic mockery of my desperation. I could feel her behind me, the weight of her presence like a ghost. The shadows lengthened. Would I be able to return to her? To us? Or would I be lost forever in a maze of my own making? The paw pulsed in my hand, alive with the promise of all that could be. I could see the glimmers of hope intertwined with the darkness, a chaotic dance that threatened to consume me whole. I ran faster, chasing not just a wish but a fragment of my own fractured heart, desperate to undo the second wish before it tore us apart completely. "Just one more chance," I whispered into the night, the words carrying with them the weight of 1,000 regrets, the world around me a blur as I ran toward the unknown, caught in the web of my own creation. The wind howled like a banshee, a spectral wail that sent shivers skittering down Mr. White's spine. He stood at the threshold of chaos, the battered walls of his home echoing with memories. Shadows danced like restless spirits, flickering in the dim light of the single oil lamp that fought against the encroaching darkness. It was on this night, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth, that Mr. White had made his final wish. "Herbert," he whispered, his voice cracking, as though the very name was a fragile thing, a porcelain doll teetering on the edge of an abyss. The boy, his boy, lay sprawled on the floor, the very embodiment of life and laughter, now a silent echo. A cold sweat dripped from Mr. White's brow as the reality of the moment clawed at his insides. His heart thundered, a frantic drumbeat that seemed to drum out time itself. The wish had come with a cost, a price no father should ever have to pay. He remembered the fiery gleam in Herbert's eyes, that vibrant, youthful ambition. "I want to change the world, Dad." The fire had danced there, bright and unquenchable, before it was snuffed out like a candle in a storm. That very ambition felt like a betrayal now, a cruel twist of fate, as he stood, paralyzed by the weight of his choices. He had wished for a sum of money, a windfall that could have been a blessing. But it had turned into a curse, one that wrapped around his throat like a noose, tightening with each passing moment. "Herbert," he choked again, the syllables crumbling under the weight of despair. What had he done? "You shouldn't have come home that night," he muttered, guilt slashing through him like a knife. The day had been drenched in sunlight, laughter echoing through the air, and yet shadows loomed, lurking in the corners of his mind, whispering warnings he had ignored. He could hear his wife, Mrs. White, her soft hum of a lullaby twisting through the air like smoke. She had been the light in their lives, the warmth that had kept them together through the storms. But that light flickered now, dimmed by the weight of grief, the agony of loss manifesting in the very air they breathed. "What have you done, Arthur?" her voice echoed in his mind, a reproachful spectre lingering just out of sight, reminding him of the consequences of his reckless ambition. "Please, just come back to me," he pleaded with the shadows, though he knew, deep down, it was a futile wish. The monkey's paw had twisted everything and turned it to ash. And now, faced with the dreadful spectre of what he had wrought, he stood at the precipice of a decision that would haunt him till the end of his days. The room turned icy, and his breaths came out in shallow gasps. Outside, the wind rattled the windows, like the rattle of chains, ominous and foreboding. He needed to make it stop. The horror of having brought back his son, only to see him return as a grotesque figure, was too much to bear. Herbert was not the same boy anymore, the light in his eyes had been replaced by an emptiness that gnawed at Mr. White's very soul. Maybe it would be better if you just left," he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue, each syllable like a stone lodged in his throat. It felt like he was drowning in his own despair, the suffocating weight of regret wrapping around him, pulling him deeper into a dark abyss. "Dad," Herbert's voice emerged from the shadows, soft and haunting, a ghostly echo that shattered him. "Why don't you want me here?" The question pierced through Mr. White's heart like a dagger, twisting painfully, and in that moment, he saw the boy he had loved, the boy who had dreamed of changing the world. But this was not his son, this was a hollow shell, an echo of a life that had once been vibrant and full. Tears streamed down Mr. White's face as he turned his gaze to the ground, grappling with the truth of his emotions. You're not the same, he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, suffocating, while the shadows threatened to swallow him whole. Make it stop, Dad! Herbert's voice rose in pitch, a desperate plea that clawed at Mr. White's sanity. You have to wish me away. I can't bear this either. It was a plea from a place of understanding, a recognition of the horror they were trapped in. With every heartbeat, the decision loomed larger, swirling within him like a tempest. He closed his eyes, allowing the memories of Herbert's laughter to wash over him, fishing trips, late-night talks under the stars, all the moments that felt like they belonged to another lifetime. But now, those memories were just ghosts, haunting him in the lonely hours of the night. Damn it all, he whispered, the words spilling forth like a dam breaking, flooding the room with raw emotion. I wish you could go. The air thickened, charged with an electric tension as the shadows recoiled, the darkness around him shifting in response to his words. Goodbye, Dad, came the whisper, soft and full of acceptance, yet it cut through him like glass. He felt the weight lift momentarily, a bittersweet release that was equally painful and liberating. The night air crackled, and for a fleeting moment, he was alone again, the room silent as if holding its breath. But deep down, beneath the surface of that silence, lay an echo of what had just transpired, a lingering sense of loss, a wound that would never heal. And as the darkness crept back in, he realized this was not an ending. No, it was merely another beginning. The clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving, as shadows danced around him, whispering secrets he could never quite grasp. Time would go on, as it always did, and the weight of his choice would follow him into the abyss, a haunting reminder that some wishes are best left unspoken. The darkness clung to the air, a suffocating blanket that smothered the cottage in an eerie stillness. Outside, the wind howled like a lost soul, rattling the window panes, but inside, a thick silence lingered, heavy and oppressive, as if the walls themselves held their breath. I stood just outside the door, fists clenched, heart pounding, each beat echoing like thunder in my ears. Behind that door lay everything I had ever known and everything I had ever feared, an abyss where light dared not tread. I remember the way the door had swung shut, the finality of it echoing through my bones. It was a sound that would haunt me, a cruel reminder that some moments are irreversible. I had seen the look on Clara's face, a fragile porcelain mask shattering into 1,000 pieces. Tears had glistened in her eyes, yet she did not cry, she merely stared at me, pleading without words, the weight of unspoken fears etched across her brow. It was then that I knew the truth, some battles are fought in silence, and some wounds never heal. Ben, her voice had trembled like a leaf in a storm, a whisper so soft it barely stirred the air. What if we can't fix this? The question lingered, pregnant with uncertainty, a spectre that refused to fade. I had brushed it aside, choking on my own bravado, desperate to be the anchor in her storm, but the fear coiled in my stomach like a snake ready to strike. Now, the door stood closed, a barrier between us, a fragile boundary separating hope from despair. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock inside, each second a reminder of the life we once knew. Time, once an ally, was now a relentless enemy, taunting me with the absurdity of our choices. I paced, the floorboards creaking beneath my footsteps, their protests echoing in the silence. Every creak felt like a scream, a warning that the past had claws, and it was reaching for us. I thought of Clara's brother, Jack, the wild one. The last words he had spat at me before the chaos erupted were still fresh in my mind. You think you're a hero? You're just a coward with a pretty face. He had stormed away, a tempest of anger and pain, leaving behind an air thick with regret. I had wanted to shove his words back down his throat, make him swallow the truth of his own vulnerabilities. But I couldn't, because he was right. Deep down, I felt the cowardice clawing at my insides, a constant reminder that I wore a mask of bravery that could slip at any moment. In that moment of reflection, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned to the door, the wood dark and worn, its surface marked by time and weather, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw a shadow. A fleeting presence, a reminder of what was and what could never be again. My breath hitched, a cold shiver racing down my spine. What if the shadows inside were not just echoes of the past? What if they held something darker, something irrevocably lost? I leaned closer, my hand hovering above the doorknob, trembling as I considered the risk. "Clara," I called, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. "Are you in there?" No response. Just the oppressive silence wrapping itself around me, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. I imagined her curled up on the floor, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shapes that danced upon the walls. The thought twisted my gut. I remember the nights we spent laughing, the air electric with possibilities, dreams spilling like stars across the dark canvas of our lives. But now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, a cruel joke played by the universe. I clawed at the remnants of our joy, desperate to find a spark of hope amidst the ruins. "We can fix this," I whispered, though even I didn't believe my own words. The truth hung heavy in the air, a dead weight, as I awaited an answer that would never come. I glanced at the sky, a deep indigo, dotted with stars that flickered like the memories of those we had lost. Life had once felt endless, a sprawling landscape of choices and chances, but now it felt constricted, a tightrope walk of despair. The cosmos seemed indifferent, a vast expanse that swallowed our struggles whole, leaving only silence in its wake. Then, a sound, a soft rustle from within. My heart leapt, a wild animal desperate for freedom. "Clara!" I called again, more urgently this time. The silence seemed to thicken, pulsating, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. And then I remembered the fear in her eyes, the terror that clung to her like a shadow. Would she see the truth of me? The broken pieces, the shards of courage and cowardice that tangled together in a heart that felt too heavy to bear. I was still standing there, paralyzed by indecision, when the door creaked open, just a crack, revealing a sliver of light, the only warmth in an otherwise cold world. A flicker of hope ignited in my chest. Then, her voice was barely a whisper, trembling like the leaves outside, caught in the winds of change. It was a sound that could shatter glass, a delicate, haunting note that resonated with the fears and dreams of what lay ahead. The door opened wider, and as I stepped inside, the shadows danced with a life of their own. I was enveloped in a suffocating embrace of uncertainty, and I could feel the weight of the world pressing down upon us as fear mingled with longing. This was the aftermath, the echoes of our choices, the silence that followed, and the inescapable truth that we were standing on the precipice of everything we had ever known. The clock ticked mercilessly in the silence of the dimly lit room, each second a hammer striking the fragile heart of a family shattered by loss. The air was thick with unspoken words, with the weight of grief pressing down, suffocating. I could hear the muffled sobs of my sister, Claire, drifting through the walls, each cry punctured the stillness like shards of glass, cutting through the facade of normalcy we desperately tried to maintain. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced and twisted, mocking us, reminding us of the life that had once filled this space. I remember the phone call, the way it shattered our lives like a glass dropped from a high place, scattering shards everywhere, each one a memory, a moment we would never have again. "He's gone." The words echoed in my mind, wrapping around my throat, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. My father had been the cornerstone of our lives, his laughter a constant melody, now silenced forever. Guilt settled like a fog, thick and heavy, every unspoken argument, every missed dinner, every moment I had taken for granted replayed in my mind like a haunting loop. Claire stood in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, trembling as if the world itself had become too cold. I could see the hollowness in her eyes, the way they glossed over like glass, reflecting nothing but a void. She had always been the sensitive one, the one who felt too much, who loved too deeply. Now, her feelings were a raw wound, exposed and bleeding. "It should have been me," she whispered, voice barely above a breath, the guilt consuming her from the inside out. "I'm the one who was supposed to protect him." I fought against the tide of despair threatening to drag me under. "No, Claire. It wasn't your fault." Each word felt like a stone thrown into a dark well, disappearing into the depths without a sound. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of that abyss, but my own guilt held me captive. I had been angry at him that night, angry enough to ignore his calls, to brush aside his concerns. I remember how I had wanted to scream at him for his concern, how I had told him I would be fine, that I didn't need him hovering over me like a shadow. Outside, the city continued its indifferent rhythm, the honking horns and distant sirens a cruel reminder of life moving forward without us. I watched the shadows of the trees sway against the window, branches twisted like the emotions inside me, raw, tangled, and desperate for release. I could feel my heart racing, pounding against my ribs as if trying to escape the confines of my body. As the night deepened, a chilling draft whispered through the cracks, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and decay. I felt it wrap around me, a ghostly embrace that sent shivers down my spine. "Do you think he's watching us?" Claire's voice cracked, laced with fear and longing, as if she were reaching out to the very fabric of the universe, hoping for an answer. I didn't have the heart to tell her that I had felt him too, his presence lingering, an echo of warmth in the coldness closing in around us. I remembered him laughing, his hearty chuckle that could ignite a room with joy, and now that laughter was silenced, replaced by this unbearable void. Guilt wrapped around me like shackles, each moment of joy I had taken for granted now a dagger in my heart. The confrontation loomed, invisible yet palpable, hanging over us like the dark clouds gathering outside. I could sense it building, the tension thickening the air, the words we were both afraid to say swirling around us like a tempest. "You hated him for what he did to Mom," Claire said suddenly, her eyes narrowing, anger bubbling beneath her grief. "You thought he was weak." "No, I began, but the words caught in my throat, the truth too painful to admit." The guilt screamed louder than the accusation, clawing at me, reminding me that I had wished him to be something he wasn't, a perfect father, a perfect man. I had wanted him to save us from the shadows of our past, to shield us from the darkness that had invaded our home long before he left. I just wanted him to be better, I managed, the admission spilling out like a confession in a darkened church. But now the tears pushed through, unbidden, as the emotions I'd wallowed in alone came crashing over me like a wave, relentless and suffocating. I never thought he'd really be gone. The realization hit hard, a punch to the gut that left me gasping. I remembered nights spent arguing, words flung like knives, and laughter that turned into silence. All the time I had wasted, all the moments I had let slip through my fingers like sand. It stacked upon me, this avalanche of regret, burying me deeper with every breath. Why didn't I say I loved him? Claire's voice trembled, raw and aching, as she stepped closer. The distance between us, once an unspoken chasm filled with resentment, was now a fragile thread woven from shared pain. I wanted to be his protector, but I failed. "No," I whispered, the word fragile yet fierce, as I grasped her shoulders, shaking her gently. "We both did. We all did. But he wouldn't want this for us." The shadows in the room seemed to thicken, spiraling around us as if drawing closer to witness our raw vulnerability. The room echoed with our unspoken grief, the weight of our guilt a heavy shroud. Time lost meaning, each tick of the clock a reminder of what we had lost. I could feel my father's absence, a void that echoed in our hearts, yet somehow, in the midst of our turmoil, I sensed a flicker of something else, a promise, a chance to break free from the chains of guilt. But that flicker was just a whisper, fading as quickly as it appeared. The night stretched on, dark and unforgiving, a stark canvas on which our grief painted itself in shades of sorrow and regret. And as we stood there, two broken souls clinging to one another, I knew this was only the beginning, a haunting that would chase us into the dawn, an echo of loss that would linger long after the sun rose. As the shadows deepened, we remained locked in our turmoil, a family forever altered, forever bound by the heavy weight of love and guilt that would never truly let us go. A chill crept through the dimly lit room, wrapping around us like a serpent. The clock ticked with a menacing rhythm, each second a hammer strike against the fragile framework of our lives. I could feel my heart thudding, a wild animal trying to escape. The air was thick, heavy with the whisper of fate, the lingering scent of fear. In the shadows, I saw them, two figures locked in a silent standoff, breathing the same air, yet worlds apart. Evelyn stood rigid, her hands trembling just slightly, a porcelain statue caught in the storm of her own making. She was a tempest of contradictions, fierce yet fragile, a warrior with a heart too easily shattered. "It's just a paw," she murmured, but the tremor in her voice belied the weight of the words. I remembered the first time we spoke of it, that twisted little artifact, an unassuming, weathered paw, relic of a life that once was. Across from her, Lucas's eyes glittered like shards of broken glass, sharp and dangerous. He was the embodiment of chaos, the kind of man who could ignite a fire with just a single glance, but now he stood frozen, as if the gravity of the paw had stolen his breath. "It's not just a paw, Evie," he countered, his voice low, wrapping around her like smoke. "It's our future." I remember the night we found it, huddled together in a forgotten attic, dust motes dancing like lost souls in the dim light. The paw lay there, a grotesque token, a token that spoke of decisions made, of paths chosen and forsaken. "This is fate," I had whispered, but deep down, I tasted the bitter tang of free will. The paradox clung to the air, a bittersweet truth that wrapped around us like a shroud. "Every choice leads somewhere," Lucas had said, a wild gleam in his eyes. "What if we could change it all?" His words hung heavy between us, bursting with the promise of liberation but suffocated by the weight of consequence. I watched as Evelyn's resolve flickered, a candle threatened by the wind, dancing dangerously close to extinguishment. Now, in the suffocating silence, the paw lay between them, a chasm of unvoiced fears and dreams. "What if we let the paw decide?" I breathed, reckless and desperate. But as the words escaped my lips, I felt the air grow thick with dread. The paw, with its sinister charm, bore the weight of choice, a twisted oracle promising power, yet taunting us with the very notion of control. Evelyn's eyes blazed with a tempest of emotions, fear, hope, anger. "You think it's that simple," she spat, her voice crackling like dry leaves in a fire. "You think the universe will just roll over and let us rewrite our fate?" I could see the conflict raging within her, a storm threatening to break. In that moment, I realized she feared the paw more than she feared the darkness it represented. Lucas stepped closer, the air electric, his breath hitching slightly. "But what if we could?" His voice was a siren's call, drawing her in with the promise of escape. "What if we could seize our destiny and bend it to our will?" The heat of his words clashed violently with the coldness of the night, swirling around us like a vortex of desire and despair. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows lengthening like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. The paw, an insignia of fate, a grotesque reminder of our failures and desires, was alive in its stillness. It whispered of choices made and unmade, of lives lived and lost. The weight of it pressed down on us, a reminder that not all was ours to decide. Evelyn's gaze flickered to the paw, then back to Lucas, her eyes brimming with tumultuous emotion. "You can't be serious," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, yet it sliced through the tension like a knife. "That thing isn't a savior, it's a curse." She was a woman on the edge, teetering between hope and despair, the very embodiment of a choice yet to be made. "Curses can be broken," he countered, determination radiating from him like heat from the sun. "What matters is whether we have the strength to face the consequences." His words echoed in the silence, and I felt the air shift, a palpable crackle of energy igniting the space between them. Each heartbeat echoed in my chest, a reminder of the looming choice, the razor-thin line between destiny and destruction. The clock ticked on, relentless, as if mocking our indecision. With every second, the shadows loomed larger, darkening the edges of our fragile hope. I could see the moment when Evelyn's resolve began to fracture, her spirit, so fierce, began to flicker, the fear of the unknown clawing at her. "What if we fail?" she whispered, a ghost of a question that hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. The vulnerability in her voice tore through me, raw and unrefined. "Then we fight," Lucas replied, his voice steady, unwavering like a lighthouse in a storm. "Together." In that moment, I realized the truth. The paw was not merely an object, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our insatiable desires, and our desperate need to feel alive. It was a testament to the conflict within each of us, between fate's cruel grip and the relentless pursuit of free will. I took a breath, each inhalation pregnant with possibility, and as I watched them, I felt the world tilt beneath me. The shadows danced, swirling and whispering, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for us to choose. Would we cling to the safety of the known or plunge into the abyss of uncertainty, guided by the flickering flame of hope? And just like that, in the suffocating silence, we stood on the precipice, each of us holding our own paw, our choices, our fates intertwined in a cosmic dance of light and shadow, echoing the very essence of what it means to be alive. The clock ticks like a relentless heartbeat in a dimly lit room, its sound echoing off the walls, each tick a reminder of time slipping away. The air is thick with tension, a stench of desperation lingering like smoke. There's a shadow in the corner, a man with hollow eyes, greed coursing through his veins like poison. He clutches a crumpled note, the ink smudged with sweat and fear. $30,000, his salvation and his doom. I remember the moments before the chaos, how the world had felt so full of possibility. I remember how I stood there, on the cusp of a decision, the pulse of desire thrumming in my chest. But that was before. Before the shadows began to stretch, before greed wrapped its cold fingers around my throat, squeezing tight, choking any remnants of hope. Just one more job, I had told myself, breathless with ambition. One more, and then I'm done. But now, as I look at the man before me, a Jack, trembling with the weight of his choices, I see the truth. Greed is a merciless beast, insatiable, grotesque. Jack was the kind of guy whose laughter could fill a room, a spark of light in the drudgery of daily existence. But now, he's just a caricature of himself, a hollow shell consumed by obsession. His hands shake, not just from fear, but from a deeper hunger, the kind you can't satiate with money alone. I want to scream at him, to shake him, to remind him of who he used to be. Do you remember the nights we spent dreaming? The plans we made? I whisper, but my voice trembles, laden with regret. He won't look at me, keeps his gaze fixed on the floor, as if the scuffed linoleum holds the answers to our souls. Yeah, I remember, he croaks, his voice barely a whisper, lost in the ticking clock. But dreams don't pay the bills. Outside, the city hums, alive and teeming with desire. The streets pulse with energy, yet they feel so far away, like a distant galaxy. I should be part of it, feel the warmth of life, but instead, I'm trapped in this moment, a prisoner of my own making. It's a cruel joke, greed has turned us into ghosts, haunting the spaces we once occupied. And then there's Lila. Lila with her fierce spirit, her laughter like music, but now? Now she's a shadow, an echo, her vibrant light dimmed by the weight of our choices. She stands at the edge of the room, arms crossed, eyes fierce. You two are fools, she says, her voice sharp as glass. You think this will end well? It never does. Her words slice through the dense air, and for a moment, I see a flicker of the woman she once was. A woman who believed in something more than money, a woman who used to dream. But that was before the allure of wealth shone brighter than the stars. It had promised freedom, but instead, it imprisoned us. Lila, we can fix this, Jack pleads, desperation lacing his words. I just need this one last push. His eyes are wild, bright with the fever of hope, hope twisted by greed. I can see it in the way he clutches that note, as if it's a lifeline in the storm. Hope? Lila scoffs, bitterness curling her lips. You think hope can fill the void? You're grasping at shadows. And she's right. The shadows are all around us, creeping in, gnawing at our sanity. I can feel them whispering in my ear, reminding me of every choice that led us here. I remember the nights filled with laughter, the dreams we spun like webs, only to watch them unravel. Time tick-tocks on, the clock counting down not just seconds but the very essence of our souls. Outside, the city lights flicker like stars in a dying universe, and here we are, chained to our greed, suffocating in our own desires. Give me the note, Jack, I say, the words slipping out before I can stop them. My heart races, fear mingling with something darker. What will happen if I take that note? If I tear it in two? No, he shrieks, the sound raw and desperate. This is mine. You don't understand. I do understand. I understand too well. I remember when the thrill of the chase filled our veins, how we thought we were invincible. But now? Now we're just prey, hunted by our own ambitions. Lila steps closer, her presence a fierce storm. You're already lost, Jack. Greed has you in its grip. It's time to let go. But letting go feels like breaking apart, like ripping the flesh from bone. It's agony. The note is everything, the promise of salvation, the doorway to a life we've dreamed of, yet I see now the cost, the toll it takes on our very souls. I can't, he whispers, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. I can't lose it all. Isn't that what you've already done? I counter, my voice trembling. What's left of you, Jack? Look at us, all ghosts, shadows of who we once were. In that moment, I see a flicker of truth in Jack's eyes, a glimmer of realization that this is not just about money anymore. This is about who we've become, about the emptiness that greed has carved into us. And then, the clock stops. Silence envelops the room, thick and heavy. The weight of choices hangs in the air like a specter, a reminder that time is not just a measure, it's a life spent chasing what can never truly be ours. I want to reach out, to pull him back from the edge, but the shadows hold me too tightly. I can feel the darkness creeping closer, wrapping around my throat, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Please, I whisper, my voice a fragile thread. Let's not be ghosts anymore. But as the clock ticks back to life, echoing with a chilling certainty, I realize it's too late. Greed has woven its web around us, and we are caught, lost in a cycle of desire, of dreams turned to nightmares. The shadows grow, thick and pulsing, and I know this isn't the end. It's just the beginning of a darker journey, one that spirals deeper into the heart of desire. And I can't help but wonder, will we ever find our way out, or are we destined to be trapped in the echoes of our own making? The clock on the mantelpiece ticks like a heartbeat, echoing through the silence of the dimly lit room. Each tick is a reminder, a countdown, a measure of choices made and paths taken, spiraling toward an inevitable conclusion. The shadows dance on the walls, flickering like thoughts too dangerous to voice. I can feel it, the weight of dread pressing against my chest, thick and suffocating. The air is heavy with the scent of burned wood, a remnant of the last fire that barely kept the darkness at bay. Jack stands by the window, staring into the night, eyes glazed as if he can see through the veil into a world where choices blossom like flowers, full of potential but ultimately doomed to wither. His hands tremble, clenching and unclenching, caught in the web of his own indecision. I watch him, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what's coming, of how his choices, big and small, have led us here, to this moment where fate grins like a beast lying in wait. I remember when we thought we could change it all, he whispers, almost to himself, a bitter smile twisting his lips. We were so sure that taking that road would lead to something better. But it didn't. Instead, it led to shadows creeping closer, to betrayal whispered behind closed doors, to the laughter of ghosts that haunted our every step. Across the room, Sarah sits curled in an armchair, her fingers wrapped tight around a worn book that has long lost its pages. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The narrative of our lives has unraveled, and she's clutching at the remnants, desperate to weave it all back together. We thought we could outrun it, she chokes out, her voice cracking like thin ice. But fate doesn't care about our plans. Fate only laughs. And there it is, the laugh of fate, cold and mocking, a sound that reverberates through my bones. I want to scream, to shatter the silence that suffocates us, but instead, I stand frozen, an unwilling spectator to their despair. Jack's gaze flickers toward Sarah, and in that moment, I witness the depth of their conflict. They are two souls intertwined in a dance of hope and ruin, each step they take echoing with the weight of their choices. Do you remember the night at the fair? Jack asks suddenly, his voice rising above the silence. When we thought we could escape. When we believed in the magic. His tone shifts, infusing a desperation that tugs at my heart. I felt invincible. Every choice, every risk felt like a doorway into a brighter future. But the light they chased was merely an illusion, a flicker of dreams in a world too dark to hold them. I remember that night, laughter echoing under the stars, the scent of fried dough, the giddy thrill of possibility. But even then, shadows loomed on the edges of our joy, warning us of the price of our reckless abandon. Choices made in the glow of excitement often come back, like ghosts, to haunt us in our moments of weakness. Sarah's voice slices through the memory like a blade. Did we even have a choice, she asks, her eyes glistening with the remnants of hope. Or were we just puppets, dancing to the tune of fate, our strings pulled by unseen hands? I can feel the anguish radiating from her, a desperate longing for freedom against the inevitable that binds us. Jack's laugh is hollow, reverberating in the silence like a ghost. Maybe we were meant to fall, he muses, voice dripping with resignation. Each choice a step toward the abyss. We thought we were the authors of our story, but we were just characters written into a tragic play. And suddenly, the room feels smaller, walls closing in around us as if the universe itself has conspired against our fragile hopes. The clock ticks on, relentless, mocking our despair. Each second pulses with the knowledge that we cannot turn back, cannot rewrite the past. The choices we made, the roads we took, each one leading us deeper into the labyrinth of sorrow. I feel it in my bones, the weight of inevitability, a crushing force. The air grows thick with unspoken fears, the shadows lengthening as darkness encroaches. What if we could still change it? I whisper, my voice trembling. What if we could fight back against fate? But my words hang heavy, a fragile hope against the tide of despair. Jack turns toward me, eyes filled with a mixture of determination and hopelessness, a flicker of the flame that once burned bright. There's no fighting fate, he replies, voice low and steady, the truth of his words wrapping around us like a shroud. But maybe we can at least face it together. Sarah nods, a spark of recognition flashing in her eyes, but I feel the chill of doubt creeping in. Fate is a cruel mistress, relentless in her pursuits. The choices we've made have woven a tapestry of tragedy that seems so impossibly vast. Each thread weaves a story of pain, regret, and the longing for something better. Outside, the wind howls like a banshee, a ghostly reminder of the world beyond our walls. The city sleeps, oblivious to our struggles, the shadows of our past creeping through the alleys like whispers of forgotten dreams. I can almost see the faces of those we've lost, the echoes of their laughter fading into the night. They are reminders of the choices we made, the paths we took that led us here. But as the darkness deepens, a flicker of courage ignites. Maybe, just maybe, it's not too late. The weight of our past doesn't have to dictate our future. As the clock ticks on, we stand together, a fragile alliance against the looming specter of fate. Each heartbeat quickens, a rising tide of defiance swelling within us. In this moment, we are not just pawns in a game, we are the architects of our destiny, ready to confront the shadows that lurk just beyond our reach. And as the clock strikes midnight, the air crackles with tension, brimming with the unspoken promise of the fight ahead. We may be on the brink of tragedy, but we are not yet lost. The choices we have left to make hang in the balance, the shadows swirling around us, waiting to see what we will do next. The tale is not over, not yet, and the echoes of our choices will continue to resonate through the night. The clock struck 3, its chime echoing through the hollow corridors of the house like a ghostly whisper of time long past. Shadows danced on the walls, stretching and contracting like the very breaths of the family trapped within. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful lament that seemed to seep through the cracks, curling into every corner, every crevice, as if trying to reclaim what it had lost. I stood there, in the midst of it all, and felt the weight of grief pressing down like a thick fog, choking the air, stealing the warmth from my lungs. Martha stood at the window, her silhouette framed against the darkened sky, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the last remnants of daylight surrendered. I could see her trembling lips, the way they quivered with each breath. She was a lighthouse in a storm, flickering but never extinguished, yet the light was dimming. I remembered the laughter that once filled these walls, the bubbling joy of family dinners, the warmth of shared stories. But now, silence hung heavy between us, a silence so profound it felt palpable, like a tangible entity suffocating everything it touched. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the howling wind. It was an eerie question, an invitation to a reality I didn't want to acknowledge. The air felt thick with unspoken words, secrets tucked away in the creases of our lives, hidden beneath the surface like stones in a still pond. I turned my gaze toward the hallway, where the shadows seemed to stretch further, as if they were trying to escape the confines of the house. The peeling wallpaper echoed the despair that clung to us, faded flowers wilted, colors drained, memories trapped in a cycle of decay. "I remember," I said, my voice breaking the silence like a pebble dropped into that still pond. "I remember when we thought this house was just a place, a shelter." The words tasted bitter on my tongue. Now it feels like a prison. I wished I could take them back, but the truth was a relentless specter, haunting the edges of our minds. Then came Daniel, bursting into the room like a tempest, his anger radiating off him in waves. "Why do you always stare out the window?" he spat out, his eyes wild and glinting with an intensity that made my heart race. "What do you hope to see?" "The life we lost." There was hurt behind his words, a wound still festering. I had seen it grow over the years, raw and seeping, twisting his heart into something unrecognizable. His fists clenched at his sides, his breath coming in sharp bursts, each inhale a desperate gasp for the love we used to share. Martha turned, her face a canvas of fear and sorrow. "Daniel, please," she began, her voice trembling. But he was inconsolable, a storm raging against the darkened sky of our home. "Everything we were is gone. You stand by that window as if waiting for something to come back. Nothing will come back." Every word was a dagger, hitting home, and I felt the air thicken, a palpable tension filling the room. I took a step closer to him, wanting to understand, to bridge the chasm that had formed between us all. "We're still here, Daniel. We're still here." The words felt flimsy, like a single thread holding together a frayed tapestry. But sometimes, the smallest gestures felt like lifelines. "Is it enough?" he shouted, the echo of his voice ricocheting off the walls, reverberating with a pain that made me want to hide. "Is it enough to just exist?" The shadows in the room seemed to creep closer, wrapping around us like a shroud, clawing at the edges of our sanity. I could almost feel the weight of the past pressing down, the memories we had tried to bury clawing their way to the surface. Pictures on the walls, frozen moments of joy, became taunting specters of what once was a family gathered, smiles bright, lives intertwined. Now they felt like ghosts, mocking us with their unreachability, reminding us of our failures, our unhealed wounds. Outside, a rustle disrupted the silence, a whispering sound that sent a chill skittering down my spine. My heart raced. "What was that?" I breathed, the question hanging in the air like a spidery web, fragile yet unbreakable. Martha's eyes widened, glistening with fear. Maybe it's just the wind." But her voice betrayed her, quivering like a leaf caught in a storm, revealing the dread lurking beneath her brave facade. Daniel's anger flickered, morphed into something more primal, more desperate. "Go check," he barked, his voice low but edged with the urgency of a predator. I hesitated, caught between the instinct to protect and the urge to flee. The house felt alive, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, something inevitable. I glanced at Martha, her face pallid and drawn, and without a word, I turned toward the door. Each step felt like a descent into darkness, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, an ominous herald of what lay ahead. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling as I gripped it. The cold metal sent a shock through me, a reminder of the world outside, a world that continued to turn, indifferent to our pain. I paused, listening to the silence that enveloped us, thick and expectant. The air shimmered with anticipation, a tightrope stretched between fear and hope, and I couldn't help but wonder what awaited us beyond those walls. And then, as if on cue, the wind howled again, its lament echoing the fractured hearts in the room, the shadows thickening, twisting into shapes that whispered secrets of despair. The house held its breath, and so did I. The clock ticked relentlessly, its sound a cruel reminder of time slipping away. In the dim light of the living room, shadows danced along the walls, elongating and contorting like the twisted thoughts in Mr. White's mind. He stood at the window, hands trembling against the cool glass, his breath fogging up the pain like the memories he couldn't escape. Outside, night shrouded the world in black velvet, but inside, the air was thick with an unbearable silence, punctuated only by the occasional creak of the aging wood beneath him. I remember when laughter filled this house. I remember the echoes of joy that once bounced off these walls, vibrant and full of life. But now, the laughter felt like a ghost whispering through the hollow corridors of his heart. Mr. White's fingers brushed against the frame, tracing the outline of a life he had once envisioned, one with unbroken smiles and love that would transcend the mundane. But that was before the wish, before everything shattered like glass underfoot. Then she appeared, Mrs. White, her footsteps slow and deliberate, as if each movement dragged her deeper into a pit of despair. Her eyes, once bright with hope, were now sunken, darkened by grief that clung to her like cobwebs. She stood behind him, a spectre of sorrow, a silhouette against the fading light. "What have we done?" Her voice was a brittle whisper, breaking under the weight of a question that loomed over them like a storm cloud. He turned to her, and the pain in her gaze pierced his chest like a dagger. "I thought we could change things. I thought we could fix it." His own voice trembled, a flimsy defense against the rising tide of regret that threatened to drown him. But how could he explain? How could he articulate the insidious hope that had led them down this path? Mrs. White's breath hitched. "You thought? You thought you could play God?" Her words hung in the air, as sharp as the knife that cut through the last shred of their dreams. Each syllable was a reminder of the price they paid for desire, a price that had come due in the most horrific way. Her hands fisted at her sides, rage and anguish intertwining in a chaotic dance. "What do you want from me? What did you expect?" "I expected," he faltered, his thoughts a jumbled mess of desperation and disbelief. "I wanted everything to be normal again." The word normal ricocheted in the silence, bouncing off the walls like a bullet. He could feel his heartbeat quicken, the panic rising within him like bile. "I wanted our son back," Mrs. White said, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. "But we brought back a nightmare instead." She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing, searching for the man she once loved beneath layers of guilt and shame. "You don't even see it, do you? You've been so consumed by your own regrets that you can't even see how shattered I am." In that moment, the weight of their shared sorrow filled the room, a tangible force that pressed against his chest. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the memories, his son's laughter, the warmth of his embrace, the innocence that had been so brutally stolen from them. But they flooded back, a relentless tide, each one crashing over him, pulling him under. "I remember the way he used to run, arms outstretched, like he could embrace the whole world," he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. "I remember the promise of tomorrow." Mrs. White's face crumpled, and for a second, he saw the girl he had fallen in love with, full of light and laughter. "We can't go back," she said, her voice thick with unshed tears. "We can't undo what we've done. But we can fix this," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat. "There has to be a way." A cruel laugh escaped her lips, a sound so foreign that it sent chills down his spine. "Fix? How do you fix what's already broken? You can't just wish it away." The shadows flickered as she spoke, her face a mask of anguish, each word an echo of their shared tragedy. Mr. White's heart raced, his mind spinning. They were trapped, ensnared by their own choices, lost in a labyrinth of despair they had created. He felt the walls closing in, the air thickening with unspoken fears. "I thought I could control it. I thought I could bring him back." Control. Her voice rose, sharp and biting like shards of glass. "You don't control life. You can't even control death." In that moment, the truth slammed into him like a freight train, heavy and unyielding. He had played with forces he didn't understand, had grasped at shadows in a desperate attempt to reclaim a past that was forever lost. And now, his wife stood before him, a mirror reflecting the depths of his failure. He saw the flicker of something in her eyes, the flicker of a woman who had dreamed of a life filled with love and joy, who had believed in the possibility of happiness. But that belief had been extinguished, snuffed out by the cold reality of their choices. "I don't want to lose you too," he said, his voice breaking. Tears streamed down her cheeks, glimmering like shards of glass in the dim light. "You already have," she whispered, and in that moment, he felt the chasm between them widen, a gaping maw filled with regret and despair. Silence enveloped them again, an oppressive shroud that suffocated. The ticking clock continued, each beat a reminder of time lost and dreams irretrievable. They stood on the precipice of something dark and profound, caught in a cycle of despair that offered no escape. Mr. White wanted to reach out, to bridge the growing divide, but the weight of his own remorse held him back. He closed his eyes, feeling the tears prick at the corners, a testament to the sadness that threatened to swallow them both whole. And as night deepened, the shadows grew longer, intertwining their fates in a dance of despair. The clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving, marking the rhythm of a life irrevocably changed. The clock struck midnight, its harsh chime slicing through the suffocating silence of the dimly lit parlor, the shadows of the Victorian mansion quivering with unsaid secrets. I stood frozen, my heart pounding like a war drum, as the weight of expectation pressed down on me, a grotesque masquerade of obligation and fear. In that moment, my sister, Clara, flinched as if the sound itself had struck her, her porcelain skin glistening with a sheen of dread. She stared blankly at the flickering candlelight, as though it held answers to the chaos we both felt swirling in the pit of our stomachs. "Why can't they understand?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in an autumn breeze. I could see the rebellion simmering beneath her surface, a storm begging to break free, but the chains of our family's oppressive duty held her fast. "Mother expects me to marry that insufferable Mr. Thornton. As if I could ever love a man who looks at me like a piece of property." The crack in her voice reverberated within me. I wanted to reach across the void, to tell her that I felt it too, that within the confines of lace and crinoline, our spirits screamed for freedom, for the chance to live, to breathe. Instead, I merely nodded, my throat constricted with the weight of our shared despair. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and fading roses, a bitter reminder of our family's expectations, of the duties that came cloaked in the guise of honor. "Did you hear what they said?" I blurted, the words tumbling out before I could rein them in. "That a woman's worth is measured by her ability to marry? What kind of twisted world is this?" I could taste the bitterness in my mouth. Each syllable dripped with contempt, echoing off the walls that felt, at that moment, more like a prison than a home. Clara's gaze turned sharp, cutting through the haze of our sorrow. "But they don't see us. They don't feel what we feel. They only see the daughters of the Lytton family, destined to fulfill their roles. The dolls in their grand play." The tremor in her voice gave way to a fierce determination. I refused to dance to their tune. The words hung in the air, a fragile promise that felt both unbearably heavy and intoxicatingly light. I watched, entranced, as she grasped the edges of her skirts and brandished them like a warrior preparing for battle. The flickering candlelight cast ghostly shadows on her face, illuminating a fierce resolve that sparked something within me, a yearning for rebellion, for a voice. But a cruel laughter echoed from the hallway, the mocking laughter of our mother, the architect of our lives, who believed that tradition was the very fabric of our existence. "You think you can escape your fate? You think you can defy the very essence of womanhood?" Her voice was a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. "You will marry. You will bear children. That is your duty." A shiver raced down my spine, a chilling reminder of the power our mother wielded, a power that crushed dreams beneath the weight of expectation. I remembered her eyes, those cold, calculating eyes that had never once looked upon us with tenderness. I felt the weight of her scorn, and I feared for Clara more than I feared for myself. "Mother will never let you go," I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Clara's shoulders slumped, the fire within her dimming like the last ember in a dying hearth. "And yet I dream," she murmured, her eyes distant, lost in the realm of possibilities. "I dream of running away, of a life where I can breathe without shackles. I want to dance under the stars, free and unburdened." Her voice grew softer, almost reverent, as if invoking a spell. "To feel the earth beneath my feet, not the weight of ancestral expectations. Do you hear that, sister? The wind whispers freedom." I felt the air shift, a ghostly caress brushing against my skin, stirring something deep within me. The notion of freedom was intoxicating, yet terrifying. How to escape the clutches of duty that bound us like vines, wrapping tighter with each passing season? My heart raced, torn between the desire to protect her and the burgeoning flame of rebellion igniting within me. We could throw it all away, I suggested, my voice trembling with the audacity of the thought. Run to London, to Paris, where no one knows our names. Hope flickered in Clara's eyes, a fragile spark in the oppressive darkness. And yet, what of the consequences? What of the family's name? The shame? She stared at me, her gaze searching mine for answers we both knew we could not find. You know how they speak of those who dishonor their families. They become ghosts, haunting the very shadows they once called home. I felt the weight of her words, the truth behind them, a relentless gnawing, an emotional tempest that twisted my insides. I wanted to scream, to rage against the chains of expectation that had shackled us from birth. And yet, I remained. But then, as if summoned by our despair, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, the herald of our impending doom. Our mother's silhouette loomed in the doorway, cloaked in shadows. You will not speak of such things, she declared, her voice cold as the grave. You will not tarnish the family name with your foolish dreams. The finality in her tone left no room for argument. I felt Clara's hand squeeze mine, the warmth igniting a flicker of defiance deep within my chest. Would we forever remain caged in this gilded prison, our hearts yearning for what lay beyond? As I looked into Clara's eyes, a silent vow passed between us, a promise that we would fight, that we would resist, that we would carve our own paths through the oppressive fog of duty. But in that moment, the clock tolled once more, each chime echoing our despair, each note a reminder of the chains that bound us. The world outside the mansion may have been waiting, but within these walls, we trembled beneath the weight of family and duty, lost in an endless cycle of expectations that threatened to consume us whole. And as the shadows thickened, a sense of foreboding settled in my chest. Would we truly dare to challenge the very essence of our existence? Would we risk everything, knowing the price might be our very souls? I did not know. But the wind whispered louder now, brushing against our window panes and beckoning us. I could almost taste the freedom, and with it, the bittersweet pulse of rebellion. In the heart of darkness, amidst duty's cruel grip, a flame flickered. And it was then that I realized, this was only the beginning. The clock struck 12, a chime that echoed through the empty house, each note vibrating with an urgency that sent shivers racing down my spine. Outside, the wind howled like a mourning ghost, rattling the windows as if trying to escape the oppressive silence that blanketed the room. I stood frozen, staring at the small, matted paw resting on the table, a relic of fate and folly, its dark fur glistening under the dim light, a sinister promise wrapped in a seemingly innocuous package. I could feel the weight of my heart in my throat, beating like a caged bird, desperate for freedom. Somewhere in the shadows, my husband, Charles, paced restlessly, each footfall a reminder of the desperate choices we had made. "Do you really think that thing can give us what we want?" he spat, his voice taut with disbelief and fear. A part of me wanted to scream back, to shake him awake, but another part, the dark, whispering part, clawed at my insides, urging me to believe in the impossible. "I remember when we were happy, Charles," I whispered, my voice but a fragile thread in the chaos surrounding us. "Before the bills piled up, before the dreams faded to grey. We thought we could outrun it all." I glanced back at the paw, its claws curled slightly as if still grasping at something lost. Maybe this is our chance. Just one wish. One chance to make it right. But the air crackled with a tension that twisted our hopes into a noose. He stopped, his eyes narrowing into slits, shadows of doubt dancing across his face. "And what if it takes more than we bargained for? What if it demands something we can't give?" The ache in his voice was like a dagger, piercing through the fragile bravado I had clung to. I stepped closer, my fingers brushing against the paw, the coarse fur prickling against my skin. I could feel it, the pulse of magic, a heartbeat that throbbed beneath the surface. A flicker of warmth ignited within me, but it was quickly snuffed out by the cold chill of reality. "What if it actually works?" I murmured, almost to myself, drowning in the possibilities, the desperation, and the thrill of risking everything. Then, as if summoned by our darkest thoughts, the air shimmered. The shadows in the corners of the room expanded, coiling like serpents, whispering secrets that made my skin crawl. "What if we make the wrong wish?" A voice echoed from nowhere and everywhere, a cacophony of laughter tinged with malice. I glanced at Charles, whose eyes widened, fear overtaking the anger. "This isn't a joke," he shouted, his voice raw, echoing in the stillness. "We're not playing games here." But I was lost in the vision, the snapshots of what could be danced before my eyes. I envisioned a world where we weren't shackled by debt, where laughter spilled from our lips like sunlight, warming the coldest corners of our lives. I could almost taste it. A wish, I thought. Just one. But then the memories seeped in, of sleepless nights, of tears spilled over empty plates, of conversations that turned into arguments and dreams that crumbled into dust. I began, but the memories twisted, darkened. I remember the day we lost everything. Charles stepped back, his breath hitching in his throat. "And what if we lose ourselves?" he whispered, the vulnerability in his voice tearing me apart. His hands trembled, and for a moment, I saw the boy I fell in love with, lost, afraid, and yearning for something greater. The paw pulsed again, an insistent throb that echoed through the silence, grasping at our unspoken fears. I could feel the weight of the choice pressing down on us, like the oppressive clouds that hung low in the sky before a storm. "What do we really want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, a single thread in the fabric of our chaos. As if in response, voices began to rise from the shadows, each one a fragment of desire, a piece of longing. "We want hope," they murmured, "we want dreams." I could almost see them swirling around us, ghostly apparitions of what could be, taunting us with their promises. Yet beneath the surface, a darker truth lingered, an undertow of despair that threatened to rip us apart, to drown us in our own wishes. What if it doesn't give? Charles's voice cracked through the haze, and I felt the tremor of his uncertainty. What if it takes instead? The question hung heavy in the air, a gravestone pressing down on my chest. I glanced at the paw, my heart racing, 1,000 possibilities swirling in my mind. I could feel a tear slip down my cheek, hot and raw, cutting through the numbness like a blade. What if it takes everything? I echoed, my breath hitching as the weight of the truth settled in. Time stretched, the tick of the clock a drumbeat of impending doom. I could see shadows flickering in the corners, shapes forming with the weight of our choices, our fears. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, each breath a desperate plea. "We can't be afraid," I urged, my voice trembling. "We have to decide. Now." The paw seemed to glimmer, a dark promise lurking within its fur. It beckoned me, pulled me in with a siren song that echoed of desperation and hope. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before us, lost souls who had wished too fervently, who had danced with the magic of the unknown and found themselves ensnared in the very desires they sought to escape. I began again, the memories flooding back, a torrent of emotions rushing to the surface. I remember the laughter, the dreams, but I also remember the pain. I held Charles's gaze, searching for a glimmer of agreement, of understanding. We were teetering on the edge of a precipice, and I could feel the wind howling around us, urging us to leap. I could see the flicker of hope mingled with fear in his eyes, a fragile flame that threatened to be extinguished. The paw trembled, a final plea against the shadows swirling around us. And in that moment, I knew we had to decide. We had to confront the implications of magic, the echoes of our desires, the shadows of what we would sacrifice. I reached toward the paw, my breath catching, heart pounding, the weight of eternity resting in the palm of my hand. And as the air around us thickened, the weight of our choices hovered like a spectre, waiting for the moment we would unleash our darkest desires. The clock ticked on, each second an echo of fate, of destiny entwined with the magic of the paw. And perhaps, just perhaps, we were standing on the brink of something far more profound than we could ever have imagined. The clock struck midnight, its echoing chime slicing through the stillness of the house, reverberating like a heartbeat in the darkness. I could feel it in my bones, that sickening sense of dread that clung to the air, thick and oppressive. I stood frozen in the hallway, shadows curling around me, whispering secrets I dared not listen to. My heart raced, each thud a desperate prayer for safety, for normalcy, for anything but what loomed ahead. "Mom." The word trembled on my lips, barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile silence. She didn't answer, and that absence twisted in my gut, a dark void consuming all hope. I remembered her laughter, ringing like a bell, bright and clear. How could it fade to silence so easily? And then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible cry. My younger brother, Lucas, hidden somewhere in the recesses of our home, a sanctuary turned prison. He was only 8, and he didn't yet understand the monsters that lurked in the corners of our lives. I moved toward his room, each step heavy with the weight of impending doom, the air thick like molasses, dragging my resolve into the depths. The door creaked open, and I felt a rush of cold air, as if the room itself had exhaled. Lucas lay curled in his bed, clutching his blanket like a lifeline. His eyes, wide and glistening, reflected pure terror. "Are they coming for us?" he asked, his voice small, innocent, laced with a fear no child should ever know. I don't know," I stammered, the words choking me. "But we'll be okay." I didn't believe it. How could I? Just days ago, our lives had spiraled into chaos, a whirlwind of shadows and whispers that slowly seeped into our reality. They said fear was a choice, a figment of the mind, but that didn't stop the dark from creeping in. I pulled Lucas close, my arms wrapping around him like a fortress, though I felt like a ghost of a protector. Outside, the wind howled, trees bending like tortured souls, branches clawing at the windows as if trying to break in. My mind raced back to the moment our family had fractured. The argument that split my parents like a cracked mirror, each shard holding a reflection of pain that was too raw to touch. Mom and Dad are just stressed, I remembered telling Lucas, but the truth was, I was as lost as he was. Their fights echoed in the hallways, a haunting melody that played on repeat, each note a reminder of our crumbling home. I could hear my father's booming voice, the desperation in my mother's pleading cries. On nights like these, when darkness crept in, I wished for the comfort of their embrace, but instead, I was left with the ghosts of their love, memories tainted by fear. "Do you think they'll find us?" Lucas whispered, a tremor in his voice. A question that sliced deeper than any knife, the weight of uncertainty resting heavily on both our shoulders. In that moment, I wanted to scream at the world, to curse the shadows that coiled around us. Instead, I pressed my forehead against his, feeling his warmth seep into my skin, a reminder that love still flickered in the depths of despair. "They won't find us," I said, though I couldn't help but feel the lie twisting my insides. "We need to be brave." Bravery felt like an empty word, a hollow shell rolling through the corridors of my mind, echoing back the emptiness of my promises. I could see the flickering light of a candle just beyond the door, illuminating the outlines of the family portraits that lined the walls like sentinels, each frame capturing moments of happiness that felt like a lifetime ago. I could almost hear the laughter, bright and vibrant, yet now it felt muffled, a distant memory drowning in the shadows. "Do you remember that time we camped in the living room?" Lucas's voice broke through my thoughts, a fragile thread of nostalgia weaving through the panic. "You made up that story about the dragon, the one that lived in the attic." I closed my eyes, breathing deeply, trying to anchor myself in the past. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile, though it felt like a mask slipping over the truth. "He was fierce, but he protected us." "Protected us," Lucas echoed, his innocent belief a balm on my frayed nerves. I wished I could believe in the dragon, in the power it held against the horrors outside our door. Instead, reality clawed at my consciousness, and I could feel the shadows stretching, shifting, waiting. The candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms across the walls. I could almost see them, dark, twisted forms that whispered our fears, echoing the very things we sought to escape. What if we weren't safe? What if this darkness consumed us whole? Those questions spiraled through my mind like a tempest, and I clutched Lucas tighter, feeling the warmth of his small body trembling against mine. The front door creaked, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat a countdown to an unknown fate. "Stay here," I whispered, my voice cracking. I needed to be the protector, the guardian, but every instinct screamed for me to run, to hide. As I moved cautiously toward the door, fear surged through me, a living thing with claws that dug deep into my resolve. I glanced back at Lucas, his eyes wide, shimmering pools of innocence that reflected my own terror. I could see the shadows creeping closer, could feel them pressing in, suffocating the remnants of hope. In that moment, I was torn between the urge to shield him from every horror the night had to offer and the reality that maybe I was the one who needed saving. Fear was no longer an abstract concept, it had manifested into a tangible force that wrapped its icy fingers around my heart, squeezing until it hurt. And just as I reached for the doorknob, a scream erupted from the darkness, a raw, unfiltered sound that shattered my thoughts and sent us both into a spiral of terror. It was a sound that spoke of despair, of nightmares made flesh, and I knew, in that horrific instant, that the monsters we'd feared were no longer hiding in the shadows, they were here, and they were hungry. The house felt alive, breathing in sync with our fear, its walls closing in like a vice. Time stood still, each second stretching into eternity, and as I turned back to Lucas, I saw the truth reflected in his wide eyes, a truth we could no longer escape. The night had come for us, and we had nowhere left to run. Lightning cracked the sky, a jagged tear that illuminated an abandoned playground, swings creaking in a mournful wind. The air was electric, thick with possibility, the kind that pulls at the hair on your arms and whispers unspeakable truths into your ear. I stood there, heart pounding, a wish heavy on my tongue, like the taste of iron before the storm. My fingers twitched, clenching and unclenching, as I replayed the moments that led me here, a moment where dreams chased shadows, and shadows bled into reality. I remember Clara's laughter before everything shattered. It was a melody that danced with the wind, sweet and innocent, like the scent of fresh-cut grass in summer. She had wished for happiness, a simple thing, yet, here we were, staring down the barrel of our choices. Just one more chance, that's all I need, she had pleaded, her eyes bright with unshed tears, the weight of the world pressing against her fragile shoulders. I remember her sincerity, the way she gripped my hand with desperate conviction, the warmth of her skin radiating against my own. And then there was Evan, brooding in the corner, his jaw clenched as though he could physically hold back the tide of regret. He had wished for power, power to change his fate, to rewrite the narrative that life had etched into his skin. I still see the flicker of ambition in his eyes, but it was laced with darkness, a shadow that called and writhed around him. "You don't understand," he whispered, voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. "This is my one shot." In that moment, I felt it, the tremor of impending doom, a seismic shift ready to swallow us whole. Each wish, a pebble tossed into a pond, sending ripples that would spiral out, fracturing everything in their path. I could almost hear the echoes of our desires colliding, a cacophony of chaos that promised to drown us. I remember the night it began, I murmur, as if the ghosts of our past hover around us, waiting for their moment to strike. Clara's wish had been the catalyst, piercing the fabric of our reality like a needle through thread. She wanted nothing more than joy, a child's dream clothed in adult desperation. But her joy had morphed into something else, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at her spirit and led to a darkness none of us had anticipated. Evan's power had come at a price he never fully comprehended until the wall of consequences slammed down around him. The visions, the whispers, the promises of grandeur turned into nightmares that wrapped around his throat like a noose. I could see it, the way his hands trembled, the way his eyes darted, haunted by the specter of what he had summoned. "It's not what I wanted," he confessed, the admission escaping like a wounded animal. "I thought I could control it." But control was an illusion, a cruel jest that fate played on the unwary. I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down, urging us to confront what lay ahead. And there we stood, suspended in a moment of reckoning, the air thick with the tension of unspoken truths. I remember Clara's face, framed by the flickering light of the street lamp. "What have we done?" she whispered, voice breaking like glass. Her smile, once radiant, was now a ghostly echo of itself. The laughter that once spilled from her lips turned to ash, leaving only a hollow ache in its place. It was a transformation so jarring, it felt as if time itself had fractured, leaving us standing on the precipice of despair. Evan turned to me, his eyes wild, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. "You have to help me," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his voice. "We can fix this." "But how do you fix the shattered pieces of a wish? How do you mend what was never meant to be broken?" I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the playground morphing into a battleground of our own making. The ghosts of our choices swirled, swirling around me, taunting me with their laughter. Each sound echoed like a heartbeat in the silence, a rhythmic pulse that grew louder, more insistent. I could see shadows stretching and contorting, faces morphing into grotesque visages of our fears. "Help me!" Evan shouted, but the words cut into me like a knife. I wanted to scream, to claw back the moments where we had dared to wish for more, where we had played with forces beyond our comprehension. But the cosmos had shifted, and we were mere players in a game we never understood, caught in the delicate balance between desire and destruction. I remember the wind howling through the empty swings, a wailing lament that felt both mournful and accusatory. Everything around us felt alive, each creak of metal and rustle of leaves a reminder of the choices we had made. The night deepened, shadows pooling like ink, thick and suffocating. "Do you see it?" Clara's voice trembled, a whisper almost lost in the tumult. "The way it's all unraveling." I did see it, the fissures in our reality, the cracks expanding, threatening to swallow us whole. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, the relentless march of seconds ticking away, each beat a reminder that we were running out of options. But in that darkness, I also felt something else, a flicker of hope, a heartbeat of rebellion pulsing through my veins. We could confront this, confront ourselves, confront the aftermath of our choices. The night was pregnant with possibilities, the air thick with the promise of transformation, even amidst the chaos. Together, I breathed, as the storm raged around us. "We can face it together." The words hung heavy, a commitment forged in fear and desperation. And as I looked at Clara, her haunted eyes meeting mine, I felt the shift, the moment where intention collides with consequence, the place where the cosmos holds its breath, waiting for us to act. Each heartbeat echoed the unspoken truth, we were teetering on the edge. I could almost taste the bittersweet tang of resolution on my tongue. But resolution came with its own price, and as we stood there, the night whispering our fears into existence, I knew the ripple effects of our wishes had only just begun. And so, we stood, three souls entwined in a dance of desperation and defiance, caught in a web of our own making, the clock ticking ever louder, the shadows closing in. Fate beckoned, and we were left with one haunting question: what price would we pay to rewrite our ending? The radio crackled, the sharp sound splitting the air like a bullet. "We need to talk." The voice was low, urgent, haunting. The kind of voice that makes your skin crawl, your heart race, as if the words themselves are alive, slithering through the static. I pressed the phone closer, knuckles white against the cold plastic, every nerve ending screaming, every heartbeat echoing in the silence of the room. Outside, a storm stirred, darkness spilling across the sky like spilled ink, shadows creeping under the door, intruding, suffocating. I remember the night it happened. I remember staring at the clock, the seconds bleeding into minutes, then hours, each tick a reminder of the choices I had made. Choices that shackled me to this place, this haunting reality where guilt twisted like a knife in my gut. "You can't just," I started, but the voice cut through my protests, sharp as glass. "We need to make a choice," it insisted. "You know what's at stake." Across the room, Lily sat hunched, her fingers twitching as she absently traced the rim of her glass. She was lost, drowning in a sea of her own heartbreak. The once vibrant woman, full of dreams, now a mere shadow, trapped in the web of her own indecision. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice, but the weight of my own decisions pinned me down. "What about the kids?" I finally whispered, the words tasting like salt on my tongue, sticky and bitter. "They're not safe," she replied, voice trembling. What if we're the ones who put them in danger?" Those words clanged like church bells in the stillness. What if the choice we made to protect them was the very thing that would destroy them? Each moment stretched, warped, like time itself had lost its grip on reality. Memories crashed against walls built of regret, each one a reminder of our fragility, an echo of laughter, a flash of warmth, now fading into the cold emptiness of uncertainty. I glanced at the window, raindrops racing down the glass, reminiscent of tears we couldn't cry. Each droplet held a universe of possibilities, each one a choice unmade, paths diverging far beyond our reach. The air was thick with tension, a coil ready to snap. I could feel it in my bones, the electric charge of impending confrontation humming beneath the surface. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure stepped into the gloom. It was Marcus, his face a mask of desperation, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. "We have to go. Now," he shouted, urgency pouring from him like sweat. "They're coming. They know." Every instinct screamed at me to run, but something held me back, fear, yes, but also the sheer weight of the moral implications that tethered us. I had once believed that heroes were forged in fire, but now, I realized that sometimes, heroes are just people with unbearable choices, drowning in a torrent of their own making. "Where?" I croaked, my throat tight with dread. "Anywhere but here." Marcus's eyes darted to Lily, and for a fleeting moment, I saw compassion flicker behind his panic. There was a bond between them, a shared pain that pulsed through the air like a live wire. He had been her rock, her anchor in this storm of despair, a fragile thread connecting her to sanity. But now, as the walls closed in, I felt that bond tightening, suffocating. Lily's gaze flickered between us, uncertainty written across her face. "What about, they can't find us?" Marcus interrupted sharply, the edges of his voice jagged. "We need to decide. Do we risk everything for a chance at escape, or do we stay here and face the reckoning?" "Reckoning?" I echoed, a hollow laugh escaping my lips. "You think we can just run from this? From what we've done?" The silence that followed was a living thing, wrapping around us, a noose made of the choices we could no longer unmake. I could see the conflict waging war in Lily's eyes, the desire to flee battling against the roots that tangled her to this place. I wanted to scream, to tear apart the fabric of this moment and expose the raw truth, the truth of our failings, the truth that haunted us like ghosts. In that heartbeat, in that breath, the world outside slipped into darkness, the storm consuming every flicker of light. The clock ticked on, relentless, a reminder that time was not our friend. It was the enemy, and with every passing second, our choices narrowed, the walls closing in like a predator circling its prey. "We can't keep hiding," Marcus said, desperation cracking his voice. "It's now or never." The tension snapped. I felt it in the marrow of my bones. The choice hung heavy in the air, palpable, suffocating. Lily's breath hitched, the weight of her decision pressing down on her like a boulder. I knew, in that moment, we were all bound by our choices, but the irony was cruel. The ethical dilemma wasn't just about right or wrong, it was about survival, about the lives we might sacrifice for our own. Just tell me what to do," Lily whispered, her voice a broken thread, fraying at the edges. Something primal clawed at me, an urge to protect, to shield her from the consequences of this twisted reality. I wanted to promise her safety, to shield her from the darkness creeping closer, but what good was a promise in a world painted in shades of grey? Was I really the savior I thought I was, or just a man caught in a web of moral ambiguity, too afraid to look the truth in the eyes? The clock ticked on, each second a reminder of choices unmade, lives forever altered, a relentless march toward an unknown fate. We stood at the edge, teetering on the brink of an abyss, each of us wrestling with the specter of our own decisions. Outside, the storm raged, and I felt the pull of the cosmos, the endless possibilities swirling in the darkness, calling to us, daring us to choose. There was no right answer, only the weight of our decisions, pressing down like a vice, tightening, squeezing. We were all trapped, caught in the chaos of our lives, shadows dancing on the edge of despair, haunted by the echoes of what could have been. The clock ticked, the sound sharp against the fragile silence of the room. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, a pulse of impending doom, amplifying the tension that caught in my throat. I could feel the weight of the wish, heavy and suffocating, pressing down on my chest like a stone. I stood there, frozen, the air thick with the scent of burnt candles and unspoken words, my pulse racing as dread seeped into my bones. "Is this really what you want?" whispered MIA, her voice trembling, her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the flickering candlelight. She always had a way of making every moment matter, and right now, she was all urgency and fear, her hands shaking as they hovered above the table strewn with remnants of our past, old photographs, forgotten dreams, and the crumpled piece of paper that carried the weight of the last wish. My heart sank, knowing that what lay ahead could alter everything. "I remember the night we made that wish," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "We thought it was just a joke, something to laugh about under the stars." But laughter felt hollow now, and every memory was tinged with bitterness. The air was electric, crackling with tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to make a choice. Across the table, Ethan leaned forward, his brow furrowed, the shadows making him look older, wearier. He had always been the voice of reason, the calm in my storm. But today, he was a storm himself, a tempest of conflicting emotions that swirled beneath his calm exterior. "Do you really want to risk everything for this?" he asked, his fingers fidgeting with the edge of the wish paper. "What if it doesn't turn out the way we think?" Every heartbeat echoed, a reminder of the weight of our decision. I could feel the world closing in around me, the walls suffocating. The wish seemed to thrum with a life of its own, vibrating in my bones, promising power but always hinting at consequence. "What if it does?" I shot back, my voice sharper than intended. "What if this is the only chance we have to make things right?" Mia's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "But at what cost?" The question hung in the air, heavy and dark, looming above us like a specter waiting to claim its due. I remembered the laughter, I remembered the dreams we shared. But the laughter felt like it belonged to another life, one that slipped through my fingers like sand. "Do you still believe it can change everything?" Ethan's voice cracked, revealing the raw vulnerability just beneath his stoic surface. I wanted to reach across the table and hold his hand, to assure him that hope still lingered somewhere in the depths of our despair, but the distance felt insurmountable. "I don't know," I confessed, my throat tightening. "But I can't stand here and let everything slip away." "Not again." The desperation clawed at my insides, and I could feel the weight of the past pressing down harder, memories flooding back with terrifying clarity, an accident, a choice, a love lost in the chaos of life. "What if we end up losing each other?" Mia's voice was barely a whisper, a soft lament that cut through the tension like a knife. In that moment, I could see the ghosts of our past hovering around us, ghosts of choices made and paths taken. I felt the ache of their presence, a reminder of what was at stake. "Then we go together," I said, a steely resolve creeping back into my voice. "If we're going to fall, we fall together." My heart raced as I reached for the wish paper, the final piece of our fragile puzzle, the key to a reality we barely understood. As I unfolded it, the room grew colder, the shadows deepening, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shapes against the walls, shifting and curling, whispering secrets known only to the darkness. I could practically hear time itself holding its breath, waiting for the moment of decision. And then, I felt it, a pulse beneath my fingertips, a warmth that emanated from the paper. It thrummed with an energy that felt alive, electric, and terrifyingly potent. "This is it," I breathed, the words heavy with anticipation. "Are you both ready?" Mia's fingers brushed mine, a fleeting touch that ignited a fire in my chest. "Together," she affirmed, her voice stronger now, a lifeline in the storm. Ethan nodded, his resolve hardening, determination etched into every line of his face. With a shaky breath, I closed my eyes, the whispers around us growing louder, wrapping around me like a shroud. I could feel the weight of the world pressing in, the memories of our journey flooding my mind, the laughter, the heartbreak, the moments that had led us here. "On 3, I said, my heart racing. 1, 2, the silence throbbed like a distant drum, every heartbeat amplifying the intensity of the moment. I could feel the universe shifting around us, ready to bend and break, to grant the wish that pulsed with life in my hands. 3. The air shattered, a soundless explosion of energy that tore through the fabric of reality. I gasped as the light enveloped us, a blinding radiance that swallowed every shadow, every fear. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile instant where everything and nothing existed simultaneously. And then, the wish was granted. The world distorted, reality bending around us like a warped mirror reflecting our deepest desires and darkest fears. I felt the pull of the cosmos, the weight of the past, the promise of the future crashing down on us all at once. My heart raced, the fear and hope intertwining in a chaotic dance, a symphony of conflicting emotions. As the light faded, I realized this was just the beginning. The price had yet to be revealed, and the journey we had begun would change everything. I opened my eyes, and the shadows had shifted, a new reality waiting, pulsing with unspoken truths. In that moment, I knew the only certainty was uncertainty, and the only way forward was together. The sirens wailed, a scream slicing through the heavy fog, awakening a dread that had lain dormant in the hearts of the city's denizens. I stood on the cracked pavement, breathless and splattered with rain, my heart pounding like a war drum. The sky hung low, a shroud of charcoal clouds pressing down, as if the world itself mourned the impending chaos. The air was thick with the scent of wet asphalt, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, an unholy cocktail that filled my lungs with despair. But amidst this bleakness, there was something else, a flicker, a promise. I could feel it in the pulsing veins of the city, in the way the shadows danced beneath the flickering street lamps. Hope lingered like a half-remembered dream, elusive yet tantalizing. I remembered when it first took root in me, a child's fragile belief that even in the darkest of nights, the stars would eventually break through. And then there was Clara. Her silhouette stood in stark contrast against the dim light, her back turned to me, arms wrapped around herself as if she could shield her heart from the world's cruelty. I could sense her struggle, the weight of despair pressing down on her small frame. She had lost so much, her family, her laughter, her very essence. I approached slowly, as if afraid to shatter the fragile bubble of silence surrounding her. Clara, I breathed, the name hanging heavy in the air between us. She turned, hollow eyes meeting mine, a storm of emotion swirling within them. I saw the remnants of hope buried beneath layers of grief, like a flower trying to bloom through cracked concrete. I remember the way you used to laugh, I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. The way it echoed in the empty halls of our lives. But the laughter was gone now, replaced by a silence that screamed. "There's no room for laughter anymore," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "Only shadows and ghosts." I felt the cold seep into my bones, a gnawing chill that whispered of despair. But I refused to let it take root, not here, not now. Because if I faltered, if I let despair wrap its tendrils around my heart, I would lose Clara to the void. I remembered how we would stay up late, making grand promises under a canopy of stars. Remember the time we thought we could change the world? I ventured, my voice trembling. How we believed we could ignite fires of hope in the hearts of others. Her gaze softened, just for a moment, the corners of her mouth twitching as if they longed to curl into a smile. "You were always the dreamer," she said, and I could hear the ghost of a laugh hidden in her words. But the moment shattered, and despair surged back, a tidal wave threatening to drag us under. The sirens crescendoed, a haunting chorus that filled the air with dread, and in that moment, I realized hope wasn't a light that banished darkness, it was a flickering candle, casting shadows that danced and twisted, revealing the very depths of our fears. Across the street, Marcus stood, his demeanor brimming with bravado, but I knew the truth behind the facade. He wore his pain-like armor, a shield against the world, but I could see the cracks. A wild heart, a heart that had loved too fiercely and lost too deeply. He had lost his sister in the chaos that had spiraled out of control, and the grief clung to him like an old coat, threadbare and heavy. "Marcus!" I called, gesturing for him to join us, but he hesitated, caught in the web of his own despair. His eyes darted between Clara and me, a storm brewing within. "What's the point?" he shouted, his voice slicing through the air, raw and unyielding. "We're just three lost souls in a city that's already dead." But beneath his words lay a question, a flicker of hope wrapped in defiance. Could we rise from the ashes? Could laughter echo again where silence reigned? I stepped closer, my heart racing. "You miss her, don't you?" My voice was steady, though my insides quaked. "You carry her memory like a flame. Don't let it die in the darkness." He flinched, the walls around his heart cracking just a fraction, but I could see the shadows slipping in. Clara stepped forward, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "We're still here, Marcus. We're alive. And as long as we breathe, we can still fight." The sirens blared on, a reminder of the chaos surrounding us, but in that moment, time suspended. I watched as hope sparked in Marcus' eyes, a glint of defiance that fought against the despair threatening to consume him. "Hope is a dangerous thing," he murmured, shattered laughter straining against his heart. "What if it fails us again?" "Then we'll rise again," Clara countered, her voice fierce, the weight of her sorrow morphing into strength. "We'll keep fighting, over and over, until the stars burn bright once more." The world around us was a cacophony of despair, but in that fragile bubble, we found our rhythm, hope and despair entwined like lovers in a dance, each step echoing with the weight of our shared pain and the flicker of our shared dreams. I could feel the vibrations of our hearts merging, a symphony of emotions that threatened to drown out the darkness. And as the sirens wailed their mournful song, I clasped Clara's hand and Marcus's shoulder, three souls standing steadfast against a tempest of despair. The night was heavy, yet within its depths, a flicker of hope began to rise, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, we could illuminate the shadows of our hearts. In that moment, we were alive. We were fragile. We were human. And in the depths of despair, we chose to hope again. The wind howled through the cracks of the cottage like a banshee, shrieking warnings that only the walls seemed to understand. I stood in the kitchen, the air thick with the scent of damp wood and unwashed memories. The kettle hissed furiously on the stove, steam curling like fingers reaching out to grasp the moment, while a deep silence loomed just beyond the thin walls, a silence that teetered on the edge of something more sinister, more menacing. I could feel it in my bones, that inescapable urge to flee, yet my feet were rooted to the spot, trapped in the quiet chaos of this forsaken place. My brother, Max, was pacing, his footsteps echoing against the floorboards, a restless energy that felt all too familiar. A shadow of desperation flickered in his eyes, haunted by the isolation that pressed down on us like snow on a fragile roof. "We should have never come here," he muttered, his voice raw and strained, as though the very air of the cottage was stealing his breath. "This place isn't right, it never was. I remember our mother's laughter, sharp and bright, before we arrived. It'll be good for us," she said, her smile wide enough to mask the cracks that had begun to form in our family long before we crossed the threshold of this twisted sanctuary. But laughter faded quickly here, swallowed by the shadows that clung to the corners, whispering secrets that made our skin crawl. "Max, stop!" I snapped, the words bursting out like a dam breaking. "You're only making it worse." I could see the tension coiling inside him, a tightly wound spring ready to snap. The last thing we needed was to fuel each other's fears. I turned away, my gaze lingering on the window, where dark clouds loomed ominously, as if the sky were conspiring with the cottage to trap us within its grasp. Yet, it wasn't just the storm outside that rattled me, it was the strange, gnawing sensation that our mother was slipping further away with each passing hour. I caught glimpses of her in the half-light, her silhouette moving through the rooms with a grace that felt unreal, a ghost in her own home. She would sit for hours, staring into the fireplace, her thoughts a maze I could never navigate, her eyes reflecting a desolate landscape I was afraid to enter. "Mom." I'd call, but the word felt like a pebble tossed into an endless abyss. Her response was always delayed, as if she were waking from a dream, lost somewhere between the past and the present. "What is it, sweetheart?" Her voice held a tremor, a hint of something lurking beneath the surface. I held my breath, wishing desperately for connection, for reassurance, but each time she looked away, the world around us felt a little darker, a little more suffocating. As the storm raged outside, I could feel the cottage closing in, every creak and groan a reminder of how trapped we truly were. The walls seemed to breathe, their rhythm echoing the quickening pulse of my heart, a never-ending reminder of the isolation we couldn't escape. The windows, fogged with rain, became mirrors of our despair, shadows flickered behind the glass, reflections of the lives we had left behind and the lives we feared we would lose. "Do you remember the last time we laughed?" I asked Max, my voice cracking under the weight of the question. He looked up, his brow furrowed, fragments of memories crashing together like waves against the shore. I don't know. Was it Christmas? The thought hung heavy between us. I could picture the tree, its branches sagging under the weight of ornaments, each one a moment frozen in time. But the laughter, the warmth, had it ever truly existed, or was it just a figment of hopes we clung to like a lifeline? And then, as if the cottage sensed our despair, it groaned a low, shuddering sound, a warning that made the hairs on my neck rise. I turned towards my mother, finding her standing in the doorway, her eyes glistening with a light that felt both familiar and foreign. "We need to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. It was a command, an invocation of something primal, and yet, I sensed a hesitation in her, as if she too were wrestling with the suffocating hold of this place. "Leave?" Max echoed incredulously. "Where would we go?" The question hung in the air, a gnawing chasm of uncertainty. I could feel the cottage begin to pulse, an ominous heartbeat resonating through the walls. It urged us to stay, to surrender to the madness slowly unfurling within. I glanced at my mother, her face pale and drawn, and the truth settled heavy in my chest. She had become a part of the isolation, a haunting figure trapped in her own sorrow. "Mom, please," I pleaded, the raw desperation spilling from my lips. "You don't have to stay here. We don't have to be here." But the silence that followed was suffocating, wrapping around us like a shroud, thick and oppressive. I felt my heart race, a wild rhythm that mirrored the tempest outside, each beat screaming against the walls of our confinement. Time seemed to stretch and warp, a moment suspended in the universe's cruel grasp. I met Max's gaze, a flicker of understanding igniting between us. The cottage wasn't just a structure, it was a crucible, distilling our fears, our regrets, our longing for the past into something monstrous. And in that moment, as the shadows danced along the walls, I realized the truth: we were the ones who had to choose. "Let's go," I said, more forceful now, urgency threading through my voice. "Together." But the cottage held its breath, waiting, lurking in the corners, and in that terrible stillness, I felt the walls close in, the shadows deepen, and the storm rage louder, a cacophony of despair that demanded to be confronted, that begged us to shatter the silence, to step into the unknown. And then, as the storm howled its protest, I understood, wholly and completely, that the real horror was not the isolation of this cottage, but what lay within us, waiting to be unleashed. The clock struck 3, its metallic clang echoed through the dimly lit room, a haunting reminder of what was lost. Every tick felt like a pulse, a heartbeat vibrating through the silence, filling the air with a weight that clawed at the soul. I stood there, paralyzed, a storm of memories swirling in my mind. I could almost hear her laughter, the sweet melody that once wrapped around me. Now, it was an unsettling ghost haunting the corners of my thoughts. The room reeked of stale coffee and despair, but beneath it all was something sharper, something feral. My brother, Daniel, sat hunched on the couch, his fingers trembling as they traced the rim of an empty glass. I could see the shadows dancing in his sunken eyes, a dark abyss where light had once lived. It was as if grief had scraped away the layers of him, leaving nothing but raw nerves exposed to the world. He was a man unraveling, a patchwork of anguish stitched too tightly, ready to burst. "I remember," he murmured, his voice trembling like fragile glass. "I remember the way she used to make pancakes, the way the syrup would glisten like sunlight on a winter morning." His eyes glistened too, but not with joy, no, those were tears begging for release, trapped behind the barricade of his own making. "God, I can't do this anymore." I felt my own heart constrict, a vice tightening with each word. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge where grief had beckoned him. But I was afraid. Afraid of what I might see in that abyss, afraid of the darkness that had become his constant companion. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as I watched him, paralyzed between the impulse to comfort and the instinct to flee. Then, silence. A silence so heavy it pressed against my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs. And in that oppressive stillness, the tension snapped. Daniel stood up, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights, and in a moment of vulnerability, he recoiled from the weight of his memories. "I don't want to remember anymore," he shouted, his voice cracking like the surface of a frozen lake. "I want it to go away. I want her back." In that instant, He was not just my brother, he was a tempest of grief unleashed, a broken man on the edge of madness. I could see the irrationality weaving its way into his mind, tendrils of despair wrapping tighter around his heart. I could feel the air shift, crackling with the electricity of a storm about to break. "Daniel, don't!" I cried, but my plea felt feeble, lost in the chaos of his mind. I watched as he stormed toward the window, the glass reflecting the darkness of the night outside, a mirror to his soul. His hands clawed at the frame, fingers twitching with manic energy. I remember feeling that same desperation. I remember standing at the precipice, staring into the void, knowing that stepping forward could change everything. The fear of losing him, too, gripped me tight. I could not let him slip through my fingers. "Please, just breathe," I urged, stepping closer, my voice barely a whisper. "We're in this together." But he didn't hear me. His focus had shifted, eyes glazing over as a plan, irrational and reckless, took shape in his mind. The world outside beckoned, an endless black sea of possibilities. He grabbed his coat, the fabric rustling like dead leaves. "I need to see her," he insisted, determination mingling with madness. "I need to know she's not gone." "No, Daniel. You can't." The words tore from my throat, desperation mixing with fear. I lunged for him, grasping his arm, but he jerked away, a wild look in his eyes that sent chills racing down my spine. "You don't understand. She's out there. I can feel her." The intensity of his conviction hung in the air, palpable, suffocating. I felt a deep shiver run through me. How do you argue with a heart so twisted by grief that it no longer recognizes reality? I had seen it before, friends lost in their own madness, driven to irrational acts by the weight of their sorrow. I had witnessed the descent into darkness, where logic became a forgotten relic. As he pushed through the door, I caught a glimpse of the moon hanging low in the sky, a cruel reminder of the absence that clawed at my chest. Its pale light bathed the world in cold shadows, and for a moment, I hesitated. Should I follow him into that night, into the chaos that beckoned like a siren's song? I remembered how often I had wanted to escape my own grief, to leap into the unknown, but I had resisted. And yet, here was my brother, teetering on the edge of oblivion, chasing after ghosts. "Daniel!" I shouted, spilling out into the night, the air biting at my skin. Each step felt heavy, the ground beneath me shifting with uncertainty. I was not just chasing him, I was trying to save a piece of myself, a fragment of my heart that felt as fragile as glass. He was there, standing at the crossroads, illuminated by the ghostly light of the moon, silhouetted against the darkness. "You don't have to do this alone." My voice echoed, desperate, raw. "Alone." He turned, eyes wild, and I saw the pain etched into every line of his face. "You don't understand. She was everything. Without her, I'm nothing." I could feel his anguish, the way it wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter. "But you're not nothing. You're my brother," I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. "You're someone I need. Let me help you." For a moment, the world fell silent again, the kind of silence that wraps around you like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. In that pause, I felt time stretch, the cosmos aligning for just a heartbeat. But then, the madness surged back, crashing like waves against the shore of his sanity. "I don't want your help." His words sliced through the night, sharp and jagged. And in that moment, I realized I could lose him. Not just to grief, but to the very irrationality that had taken root in his heart, the same irrationality that had once whispered sweet lies into my own ears. The shadows closed in around us, thick and intoxicating, and as I stepped closer, I felt something shift within me, a swell of determination. "I won't let you go." But even as I spoke, I could sense the darkness rising, the pull of the abyss tightening its grip. The night stretched on, a canvas of uncertainty, and the clock continued ticking, a metronome marking the tempo of our spiraling descent. Tonight could end in madness, or it could be the beginning of something new. And as I reached for him, I felt the weight of the universe pressing down, a breath held tight in anticipation, as if the stars themselves were watching, waiting for our next move. The world was at a precipice, and so were we. The storm raged outside, lightning slicing through the night like a knife, illuminating the crumbling walls of the old house. Each boom of thunder echoed like a death knell, shaking the very foundations of what little hope lingered in the air. I stood there, drenched not just from the rain, but from an insidious dread that clung to my skin like a second shadow. The monkey's paw lay in my palm, its twisted, gnarled fingers curling around my fate, an abomination wrapped in the guise of a treasure. What had I done? I glanced at Clara, her face pale, eyes glistening with a mix of fear and loss. She had once been vibrant, bursting with dreams and laughter, but now she wore the weight of our choices like a funeral shroud. "Is it too late to turn back?" she whispered, her voice trembling, drowning in the storm's fury. The air hung thick with unsaid words, heavy with the ghosts of our past. I remembered how it all began, a simple wish, a desperate plea, a moment of weakness that spiraled into an abyss. I felt it, a pulse of dread, a heartbeat of the universe that echoed through the very fabric of this cursed charm. Each wish had come true in grotesque forms, twisting our intentions into nightmares. Clara, once my anchor, now stood before me like a spectre, haunted by the echoes of our reckless desires. She was a mirror reflecting my own flaws, the greed that had sparked this tempest, the ambition that had blinded me to the consequences. "We wanted so much," she said, her voice cracking, "and now we're losing everything." I thought of our son, Jacob, a boy whose laughter once filled this house, now a haunting silence where he once played. The second wish had turned our joy into grief, a cruel twist of fate that left us both empty, both yearning for a future that no longer existed. I remember, I murmured, the words escaping my lips like a whispered incantation. I remember the night we wished for wealth, how we thought it would solve everything. How naive. Wealth had only paved the way for despair, unraveling our lives, our family. Desires laid bare like raw flesh, every wish peeling back the layers of our souls. I could feel the weight of the paw grow heavier in my hand, a cursed artifact that pulsed with unspoken dread, as if it held the very essence of our regrets. Thunder crashed again, a wild symphony of chaos that mirrored my heart. I stepped closer to Clara, our breaths mingling in the cold air, our shared pain woven tightly like a tapestry. "What if we wish it away?" I proposed, my voice barely a whisper. "What if we let go?" But Clara's eyes were wide, filled with a desperation that mirrored my own. "What if it's too late?" she asked, and in that moment, I felt time itself fracture. The cosmos spun around us, a swirling vortex of memories and fears, the shadows of our past looming larger with every heartbeat. I felt the pull of the paw, an unnatural gravity that beckoned me to make one final wish. Just one more, I thought, the thought igniting a spark of hope mingled with a chilling dread. Would I wish for Jacob back? Would I dare to confront the spectre of my choices? Or would I crumble under the weight of my failures? Lightning flashed again, illuminating Clara's face, twisted in a mask of anguish. "No more wishes. We can't keep playing with fate." Her words sliced through me, sharp and raw, and I staggered back as if struck. The storm raged on, but inside, a deeper tempest brewed, one that threatened to consume us both. I remembered stories whispered in dimly lit rooms, tales of the monkey's paw, how it had seeped into folklore, a harbinger of doom that warned of the dangers of desire. Those ancient voices echoed through my mind, tales of others who had fallen to its curse, their lives an intricate dance of misfortune and regret. Each story a chilling reminder that the universe does not simply grant wishes, it exacts a price. I felt the paw's pull more insistently, a siren's call, promising everything I had lost. It had woven itself into the fabric of our lives, an unshakable shadow that loomed over our every decision. The stories, the legends, they were more than just tales, they were a warning, a reminder of the fragility of human desire. Clara's hand reached for mine, desperate and trembling. "Whatever we do, we face it together," she said, a flicker of strength igniting in her eyes, a shared resolve amidst the chaos. No more wishes, just the truth. The storm outside howled, a manifestation of our turmoil, but inside, something shifted. The air crackled with tension, the shadows dancing around us as I looked down at the paw, its sinister allure now tainted with the weight of our decisions. "We can't let it control us anymore," I said, the words firming in my chest. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, urging me to break free, to sever the bonds of our tragic fate. And yet, I felt the fragments of my resolve flicker like candlelight in the wind. What if the final wish could undo our past, bring back what we had lost? What if it could heal the chasms of our despair? The thought twisted my gut, a deep, gut-wrenching pull of conflict. "Do you trust me?" I asked Clara, my voice trembling, choking on the weight of unfulfilled desires. She looked at me, her gaze piercing through the fog of my doubts. "I trust you, but we must be careful," she replied, the gravity of her words hanging in the air like a shroud. Time warped around us, every second stretching into eternity, the silence between us filled with unsaid fears. I could feel the cosmos watching, an audience of stars witnessing our unraveling. The decision hung heavy, a pendulum swinging between hope and despair, a choice that felt impossibly vast. In that moment, I understood, this wasn't merely about wishes or regrets, it was about the human condition, the raw, unfiltered essence of desire that bound us to this cursed paw. The legacy of the monkey's paw was not just a tale of horror, it was a reflection of our deepest selves, woven into the fabric of folklore and popular culture, a reminder of the perils of wanting too much. As I clutched the paw tighter, a surge of emotion washed over me, an overwhelming flood of everything we had lost, everything we had wished for and lost again. "No more," I said, a fierce determination igniting within me. The storm outside raged, but inside, a calm began to settle, a resolve to confront our fate rather than wish it away. In that moment, I felt a connection not just to Clara, but to every soul who had ever faced the haunting allure of their desires. The stories echoed through time, a chorus of the human experience, each thread woven with shadows and light. And as I looked out into the tempest, I knew this was not the end, but a new beginning. The legacy of the monkey's paw would continue, its ghostly whispers weaving through the tapestry of our lives, always reminding us, to wish is to dance on the edge of darkness, and the only way to find light is through the unyielding truth of our choices. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog, as the clock chimed midnight, each echo a pulse in the darkness. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that sent shivers racing down spines. In the dim light of the candlelit room, where shadows danced like lost souls, 3 figures stood frozen in a moment that would tear them apart, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. I remember the way Sarah's eyes blazed with fear, a storm brewing behind the surface. She was the kind of person who wore her heart on her sleeve, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling in her chest. That night, her heart felt heavy, burdened by secrets so dark they threatened to swallow her whole. I had seen her fight against the tides of despair, but that night was different. She was a fragile glass sculpture, poised to shatter with the slightest touch. "Why won't you just tell him?" It was a simple question, but it hung in the air, suffocating us. I could feel the weight of Jason's silence beside me, a wall of uncertainty. He was a man of few words, but in those few moments, I felt his internal struggle like a thunderstorm brewing on the horizon. His hands trembled slightly, a telltale sign of the tempest raging within. I remember how he always tried to hold it together, but beneath that stoic exterior, he was a tangle of regrets and dreams left unfulfilled. His gaze flickered toward Sarah, a hint of longing mingled with fear. And suddenly, everything felt fragile, as if the universe had conspired to push us all to the tipping point. "Because he won't understand." Sarah's voice cracked, slicing the silence like a knife. It was a desperate plea, a declaration of war against the walls built around her heart. The truth was a beast that roared within her, clawing at her insides, yearning for release. I could see the shadows of past betrayals flickering in her eyes, memories that dripped like poison, infecting the moment with a raw, aching tension. Each word hung in the air, echoing the ages, the ghosts of countless stories swirling around us. I thought of Gatsby, of unrequited love lost in the glimmering lights of a forgotten dream. Like Daisy, Sarah felt trapped, ensnared by the very desires that promised to set her free. The parallels were haunting, as if literature itself whispered secrets from the pages of time, urging her to break the chains. But fear held her back, a vice tightening around her throat. "Do you want to live in this shadow forever?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The question hung between us like a fragile thread, threatening to snap at any moment. Jason's eyes darted between us, a silent spectator caught in an emotional crossfire. "I remember the nights when I thought honesty was enough," he said suddenly, his voice raw and jagged. "But sometimes the truth is a blade that cuts deeper than lies." The weight of his words settled over us like a shroud, and I felt the air grow heavier, each breath a struggle against the tide of unspoken fears. Jason, with his flaws and bruises, was a reflection of the very humanity we tried to escape. He had always been the one to hide behind laughter, cloaking his pain with humor, desperately trying to mask the scars left by the past. But that night, the laughter faded into echoes, and all that remained was the raw ache of vulnerability. I could see Sarah's heart breaking piece by piece, each beat a reminder of the pain they both carried. In her eyes, I glimpsed the haunting truth of timeless tales, a love that could never be fully realized, much like the tragic heroes of the classics. The fragility of their connection felt like a threadbare tapestry, hanging by a single stitch. The wind howled again, and I could almost hear the whispers of other stories, the echoes of forbidden love, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of expectations. Shakespeare's star-crossed lovers came to mind, their fate sealed by the choices they made and the secrets they kept. I felt the urgency in the room, the desperation that clung to our hearts like a shroud. "Is it worth it?" I asked, my voice trembling under the pressure of the moment. To hold on to something that might not exist. Jason looked at me, his eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Or to let go of the one thing that could set us free. It was a question that pierced through the air, a knife that cut deeper than any of us anticipated. I was struck by the realization that within the turmoil of their hearts lay a truth as old as time itself, a truth that echoed in the pages of every story ever told. The struggle between holding on to love and the fear of losing it. The fight against the shadows that threatened to consume us. And in that moment, I felt the world outside fall silent, the chaos of life fading into an eerie stillness. Time stretched infinitely, the clock ticking slowly as if waiting for the inevitable clash of emotions. I remember the way Sarah's gaze shifted, the glimmer of resolve igniting in her eyes like a spark in the dark. "Maybe it's time," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "Maybe it's time to break the silence." The words hung heavy in the air, a promise and a threat, a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. With each breath, I could feel the weight of our intertwined fates, the echoes of countless lives converging in this moment. The ghosts of literature watched from the shadows, their stories woven into the very fabric of our reality. And then, just like that, the tension snapped. Sarah stepped forward, the candle flickering, the shadows dancing wildly as if caught in a tempest of their own. "I won't live in fear anymore." A collective breath was held, the universe holding its breath as the moment stretched on, teetering on the brink of something monumental. The echoes of our hearts pulsed with the intensity of the stories we carried, the weight of love and regret and the fierce yearning for freedom. In that charged silence, we stood on the precipice, each heartbeat a reminder that the story was far from over. It was just the beginning of an emotional crescendo that threatened to engulf us, an irrevocable change looming on the horizon like a storm ready to break. And outside, as the wind howled, the world faded into shadows, but our hearts were wide open, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The clock struck 11:47 p.m., its echo reverberating through the cavernous hall like a distant thunderclap. The air was thick with a suffocating silence, broken only by the soft, rhythmic inhalations of Sarah, her breath shallow and jagged. She stood frozen, hands clenched into fists, each nail biting into her palm, the pain sharp enough to tether her to reality. Outside, the wind howled, inside, chaos churned like an ocean in her mind. She had always prided herself on her resilience, but tonight, resilience felt like a thin veil, one breeze away from tearing apart. I remember, the word slipped through her lips like a whispered confession, the night she left. A ghost flitted across her memory, the image of her mother's back as she walked away, the door slamming shut, echoing in the hollow chambers of Sarah's heart. Each tremor in her chest was a reminder of that moment, of abandonment, of loss, a wound that had festered in silence. She blinked hard, fighting back the tide, but tears pooled, blurring her vision, and crashing over her like waves against a rocky shore. Across the room, Michael's eyes flickered with an unsettling mixture of fear and fury. His fingers danced nervously over the edge of the table, tapping out a frantic rhythm as if trying to ward off the dread creeping up his spine. "It wasn't supposed to be this way," he muttered, his voice a low growl, barely above a whisper. None of it was supposed to happen. His mind raced, memories of laughter and shared dreams now twisted into haunting echoes of regret. I remember the way we talked about forever, as if it was a promise carved in stone. But now? Now it feels like dust. An ember of anger ignited in his chest, consuming him. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right. The universe had shifted without warning, leaving him grappling for meaning in a world that felt unrecognizable. "What do you want from me?" he screamed into the void, the sound ricocheting off the walls, bouncing back at him like a cruel mockery of his despair. The stillness was suffocating, each second stretching into an eternity. The clock ticked on, indifferent to the universe unraveling around them. Sarah's gaze flickered to Michael, a tempest brewing beneath the surface of her calm exterior. She wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm of their shared pain, but the weight of her own sorrow felt like a leaden anchor, dragging her deeper into darkness. "We're not alone in this," she finally whispered, her voice trembling. "We never were." But even as she spoke, doubt threaded through her words. Loneliness seeped into the cracks of their connection, threatening to pull them apart. And then, there was Rachel, caught somewhere between the two, a spectator in her own life. She stood at the window, staring into the abyss of night, her silhouette framed by the flickering streetlight outside. "I remember the stars," she said softly, as if the twinkling lights held the answers she sought. "They used to comfort me. Now, they felt like distant memories, beautiful yet unreachable, much like the happiness that had once filled their lives." "Rachel," Michael's voice was rough, like gravel underfoot. "We can't just stand here. We have to do something." His frustration was palpable, a fire burning bright in the dark. "What do you want from us?" he repeated, desperation lacing his tone. "I want," Rachel's words stumbled, lost in the abyss. "I want to remember what it feels like to breathe without the weight of this tragedy suffocating me." She turned slowly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, each drop a world of pain ready to spill over. "What do we do when the ghosts of our past refuse to set us free?" Sarah's heart ached for her friend. Suddenly, the room felt too small, too cramped for the enormity of their grief. "We face them," she replied fiercely, each word a declaration, a fragile lifeline. "We confront what hurts us, what haunts us." She could feel her pulse quickening, an electric current surging through her veins. "We have to fight for our right to live, to feel joy again." But doubt flickered on the edges of their resolve. Each character stood alone in their universe of grief, a fragmented star, spinning widely through space, yearning for connection but terrified of the collision. Sarah felt her fear, Michael's rage, and Rachel's desolation swirling around her like a storm, and she understood. They were all broken in their own ways, stitched together with threads of sorrow and loss, yet yearning for the warmth of understanding. "Let's speak it," Sarah urged, the words tumbling out, raw and jagged. "Let's say the names of those we've lost, those we've loved." A surge of courage ignited within her, the kind that rose from the ashes of pain. "Let's cast light on the shadows that haunt us." "I remember," Michael's voice cracked, but he pressed on. "Kayla, my sister." She danced like the sun. A deep breath, steadying. She was everything. Raw emotion seeped through every syllable, twisting in the air like a wisp of smoke. His eyes burned with unspilled tears, a deluge waiting to break free. "I remember," Rachel joined, her voice a soft tremor. "My father, the way he laughed. The way he held my hand." With each name, each memory, they were stitching together the wounds, binding their fears in the shared fabric of grief. As the clock continued its relentless march toward midnight, the tension in the room thickened, electricity crackling in the air. Each heartbeat counted down to a moment of reckoning, a confrontation with their own demons. The darkness pressed in closer, but within it, a flicker of hope began to grow, timid yet fierce. They leaned into the shadows, eyes glistening with unshed tears and unvoiced fears, ready to face what lay ahead. In the depths of despair, they found each other, their voices intertwining, a haunting melody echoing through the void. The air shimmered with the weight of shared sorrow, fierce and tangible, like a living thing, wrapping around them. The night was dark, but together they began to find their light. And as the clock struck midnight, the room pulsed with the promise of change, a new beginning forged in the fire of their struggles. Each breath became a testament to their survival, a declaration that they would not be defined by tragedy, but transformed by it. And the ghosts that had once haunted them? Now, they just stood as shadows, whispering secrets of resilience, waiting for the dawn. The clock struck midnight, a hollow chime reverberating through the damp corners of the old house. Outside, the wind howled like a beast trapped in a cage, rattling the windows and setting the shadows to dance. I stood there, heart pounding, clenching the splintered banister like a lifeline, while the air thickened with the weight of what was to come. Every minute ticked by agonizingly slow, but time felt irrelevant, as if the universe itself held its breath for a moment suspended between worlds. Faye was in the next room, her sobs raw and jagged, a melody of despair that clawed at my insides. I remember the way she had looked at me earlier, eyes wide, haunted, a reflection of the darkness that surrounded us. She was always the brave one, the fighter, but tonight, even she seemed swallowed whole by the tide of fear. "You can't leave me," she had whispered, her voice breaking, splintering into pieces that mirrored the fragile state of our reality. I could hear Charlie, too. His laughter, once infectious, now rang hollow, a brittle echo of the man he used to be. He paced in the dim light, hands buried deep in his pockets, as if hiding from the truth that loomed like storm clouds overhead. "It's just a story," he repeated, over and over again, each repetition a desperate plea for belief. Just a story. But we all knew better. The shadows twisted around him, mocking, reminding us that this was anything but fiction. Then, a crash, a shaking, splintering sound that sent ice coursing through my veins. I turned, every muscle in my body taut, every instinct screaming that something was terribly wrong. The closet door swung open, and from its depths came a whisper, soft yet sharp like glass against flesh. "Are you ready?" The voice, familiar and foreign, slithered through the air, wrapping around my throat, squeezing tight. I couldn't breathe. Faye's sobs turned to gasps. "No. No, no, no," her voice was a fragile thread, unraveling in the overwhelming darkness. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but what kind of lie would that be? The truth hung heavy between us, a ghost that refused to leave. And there it was, the truth. A cosmic joke, the universe laughing at our audacity to hope in such dire times. I remembered my mother's stories, the ones that kept me awake at night, filled with specters and shadows, leaving me terrified yet enthralled. "Old tales never die," she used to say, "they merely wait in the dark." I never realized how right she was. The air crackled with tension, a web spun tight, ready to snap. Outside, the wind roared, rattling the branches of the trees, a cacophony of nature in a frenzy. I could almost see the faces of those who had come before us, pressing against the glass, hungry for a glimpse of our unraveling. "Charlie," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what if this isn't just a story?" His eyes met mine, and in that fleeting moment, the weight of his doubt crushed the air between us. We were caught, suspended in a reality too heavy to bear, yet too fragile to dismiss. The wind howled again, and the shadows shifted, swirling like a tempest. Faye's hands gripped my arm, nails biting into skin, grounding me. "Please, don't let it end like this," she pleaded, her eyes a storm of fear and desperation. I wanted to promise her we'd find a way, but deep down, I felt the truth creeping in, clawing at my sanity. Then, in that moment of vulnerable silence, a thought struck me, piercing through the chaos like a blade. What if the ending was meant to be ambiguous, an open door to interpretation? What if we were supposed to decide what it all meant? I glanced at Charlie, and the urge to shake him, to shatter the disbelief that clouded his eyes, surged within me. "We can choose," I said, conviction igniting in my chest. "We can choose how this ends." But what did that choice entail? The shadows laughed at my bravado, and I felt small, insignificant against their looming presence. "We're trapped," Charlie muttered, voice laced with defeat, and a bitter truth settled in the pit of my stomach. "Trapped!" I echoed, desperation seeping into my bones. Or free? Free to decide what happens next. The room pulsed with a heavy silence, and I could feel the weight of our collective uncertainty. Faye's grip tightened, her breathing quickening. But at what cost? The question hung in the air, an uninvited guest that refused to leave. I felt the world tilt beneath us, the ground shaking with the weight of our fears. The shadows shifted again, moving closer, tendrils of darkness wrapping around our ankles, whispering promises and threats. "You have to believe," I said, more to myself than to them, but the words tasted like ash. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the cacophony outside fell silent, the stillness settling around us like a shroud. Time stretched impossibly long, and in that moment, I realized the clock didn't matter. The end of our story was unwritten, floating in the ether, waiting for us to grasp it. The shadows pressed in, demanding our choice, and I felt the weight of their eyes upon us, expecting something, anything. My heart thudded in my chest, a war drum calling us to fight back against the encroaching darkness. And suddenly, amidst the chaos, a spark ignited within me. I turned to Faye, her eyes glistening like stars caught in a web of despair. "We create our own endings," I said, voice fierce. "Together." The shadows hesitated, as if unsure how to respond to this renewed defiance. "We either succumb or rise," Charlie murmured, his voice barely audible, yet powerful enough to resonate through the charged air. And just like that, the world seemed to shift. The shadows lingered, but they felt less threatening, as if acknowledging our choice, our determination to carve out our fates. The wind picked up again, swirling around us, a whirlwind of possibility. I could feel it, the electric charge of something vast and ungraspable, a universe swirling just out of reach, waiting for us to take that leap. And then, as if scripted in the stars, the lights flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows against the walls. The room felt alive, each heartbeat echoing a promise that the end was never truly the end. "Are you ready?" The voice returned, now a haunting melody that lingered, curling around us, teasing and taunting. And in that moment, the question transformed from fear into challenge, from despair into hope. We stood together, hearts racing, trembling at the precipice of the unknown. The ending was ours to claim, filled with open interpretations and lingering questions, swirling like constellations in a night sky. I could feel the weight of every choice we'd made, every breath we'd taken, leading us to this moment. "Let's write our story," I said, a whisper carried away by the wind, as we braced ourselves for whatever awaited us in the dark. And in that breathless anticipation, I knew, with every heartbeat, with every shiver, that we were only just beginning. The clock struck midnight, its echo a deep, hollow thrum that reverberated through the darkened hallways of the old manor. Outside, the wind howled, a restless spirit clawing at the windows as if desperate to get in. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, an uninvited guest lingering long after it was welcome. In the flickering candlelight, shadows danced on the walls, stretching and contorting into grotesque shapes, whispering secrets that would never be shared. I stood there, heart pounding, fingers trembling against the cold wood of the banister. A chill snaked its way down my spine, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to flee into the safety of the night. But just behind me, Clara's voice sliced through the tension, low and urgent. "We have to find the truth, Lucas, before it finds us." Her eyes, wide and frantic, flickered with a mix of fear and determination. I could taste the adrenaline in the air, feel it pulsing between us, a living thing. Truth! Such a small word, yet it loomed larger than the shadows that wrapped around us. I remembered the night Clara had first shown me the journal, its pages yellowed with age, ink faded yet somehow still potent. "They're watching us," she had whispered, her voice trembling, eyes darting to the corners of the room as if expecting to see eyes peering back. "We have to be careful." I had brushed it off then, dismissed her fears as mere paranoia. Now, as we stood on the precipice of discovery, I felt the weight of those words pressing down on me. With a shaky breath, I followed Clara deeper into the manor, the floorboards creaking underfoot like bones protesting against our intrusion. Each step pulled us further from the light and deeper into the unknown, into a labyrinth of memories and ghosts where the past clung to the walls like ivy, suffocating and beautiful. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The manor had its own heartbeat, a rhythm that throbbed beneath our feet, a pulse that quickened in time with our fear. "Do you think it's true?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the air like smoke. "Do you think he really?" I couldn't finish the thought. The darkness seemed to listen, waiting for the words to slip from my lips, hungry for my confession. Clara's gaze was distant, lost somewhere in the shadows. Something happened here. Something awful. Her voice trembled, a delicate thread of emotion weaving through the tension. "And it isn't over yet." I felt a shiver race through me, my skin prickling with an awareness I couldn't shake. As if the very walls remembered, as if the past wasn't so far behind us after all. A door loomed ahead, slightly ajar, the faintest sliver of light slipping through its crack, illuminating a path into the abyss. Clara hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "We should turn back," she said, though I saw the wild determination flicker in her eyes. What if it's the answer?" I interrupted, the words spilling from me like blood from a wound. The truth, that sacred and terrifying thing, felt painfully close, just out of reach. I could almost taste it, metallic and raw on my tongue. What if we find out what happened? We can't stop now. The silence swallowed us whole, the air thickening, the shadows creeping closer, hungry for our hesitation. I reached for the door, my hand trembling as I pushed it open. It creaked ominously, a sound that echoed through the corridors of my mind, unlocking memories better left buried. Inside, a room lay cloaked in darkness, save for the pale light spilling from an antique lamp casting eerie patterns on the floor, like the fragmented pieces of a shattered soul. Then I saw it, a photograph on the table, its edges curled with age, depicting a family smiling, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around them. The man at the center, his eyes dark and penetrating, sent a shudder through my bones. I felt a chill, as if time itself had paused, holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. "I don't like this," Clara breathed, inching back, her instinct screaming. But my feet felt rooted, entranced by the picture, the history it promised. "Look at them," I murmured, lost in the moment. They were happy. But even as I spoke, a gnawing dread unfurled in my gut, an awareness that this moment of joy was but a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. "Lucas, we should," Clara began, but before she could finish, the world shifted. The shadows dripped and pooled like ink, forming figures that lurked just out of sight. I felt it then, the oppressive weight of something ancient, something that had been waiting, watching. The air grew thick as icy fingers grazed my skin. I remembered the journal, remembered Clara's fearful whispers of things that should never be uncovered, of doors better left unopened. But curiosity had a cruel grip on my heart, and I couldn't turn away. "Let's get out of here," Clara insisted, panic rising in her voice as she grabbed my arm. The urgency of her grasp sent ripples of fear coursing through me, yet I felt paralyzed, caught in the web of shadows, the tendrils of fear tightening around my throat. We backed away, slowly, our breaths shallow, the darkness seeming to swell around us like a living thing. Yet as we turned to leave, the candle flickered violently, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed like the tortured souls of the past. I could hear the whispers now, soft and insistent, seeping into my mind. They called to me, promising answers, a glimpse into the unknown. As we stumbled back into the hallway, I glanced behind us one last time. For a brief moment, the shadows seemed to coalesce into a figure, a spectre of the past, eyes glinting with a terrible knowing. I remember the terror that gripped my heart, the pulse of fear that vibrated through the air like an unyielding drum. I remember Clara's hand in mine, the warmth of her presence grounding me against the encroaching chill. And I remember the truth, always lurking just behind the veil, waiting for its moment to strike. With every step, the shadows closed in, and the night felt alive, teeming with secrets and unfulfilled promises. Time stretched, faltered, and I could feel the weight of history bearing down on us, an inescapable force leading us toward a confrontation that would change everything. As we approached the exit, I felt the darkness reach out, wrapping around us like a shroud. The echoes of the past resonated within my bones, and I knew without a doubt that this was just the beginning. The truth was waiting. The manor wasn't finished with us yet. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver slicing through the dense fog that clung to the cobblestone streets like a desperate lover. I remember the sound, the unmistakable crack of a whip slicing through the air, each crack a heartbeat echoing through the night. The townspeople stood in hushed circles, shadows flickering around them like anxious ghosts. I could feel the tremor in the air, a palpable tension that wrapped around my throat, choking off any words I might have found. They were about to witness something unspeakable, a reckoning that would pierce their hearts deeper than the chill of the night. There, at the edge of the crowd, stood Ilara, her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the flickering lights of the torches that flickered like uncertain dreams. She was a weaver of stories, a woman whose laughter could fill an empty room, yet here she was, silent as the grave. I felt the weight of her gaze, the despair wrapped around her soul like a shroud. In her heart, the memories seethed, a canvas splattered with colors of pain and joy, stitched together by threads of morality that had begun to unravel. "Tell me it won't be like the last time," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the murmurs of the crowd. I wanted to reach out, to hold her hand and impart some semblance of comfort, but my own heart trembled with the fear of the story unfolding before us. What could I tell her? That the past is a ghost that lingers, haunting us with its shadows, or that the only way to confront it is through the stories we share. Then there was Marcus, a man carved from the very earth beneath our feet. He stood rigid, his fists clenched at his sides, unaware that he had become a part of the very tale that terrified him. His life had been a cacophony of choices, each one a thread pulling him further into a tapestry of conflict. The silence wrapped around him like a noose, cutting off his breath. "It's wrong, Ilara," he said, his voice a low rumble, filled with a righteousness that felt like a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "We can't just let it happen again. If we don't act, what are we? Just ghosts in this cursed town." I could see it in his eyes, the fire of rebellion igniting against the chilling backdrop of inevitability. But what was rebellion without consequence? What was morality if not a fragile construct built on the very stories we told ourselves? As if the cosmos had conspired against him, the lights dimmed further, shadows creeping closer, draping the scene in an ominous veil. "This isn't just about us," Ilara replied, her voice quavering but fierce. "It's about the children, the ones who will inherit this nightmare. If we don't stand for something, we stand for nothing." I could see her resolve hardening like steel, even as her heart shattered beneath the weight of it all. Fear was a beast, gnashing its teeth, trying to tear her down, but she fought back with the stories she knew, the parables that whispered morality through the ages. "Tell them who we are," she urged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Tell them we are not afraid." The whip cracked again, a sound that sliced through my very being, and I felt the world tilt, each heartbeat echoing louder as if the universe itself were holding its breath. The crowd surged forward, a wave of humanity swelled and churned, and I too was swept away in the tide of desperation and urgency. But beneath that tide, I could hear the whispers of stories long forgotten, tales of love and loss, of kings and fools, the morality that shaped our understanding of right and wrong. I remembered the ancient words spoken by those who came before us, their voices a chorus in the wind, urging us to remember that the stories we tell are the threads that weave the fabric of our lives. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. The executioner, they called him, carrying the weight of judgment upon his shoulders. I could see the glint of the blade, a terrible promise reflected in the steel, a whisper of betrayal that curled around my heart. It was in that moment, as the tension coiled tighter, that I understood. The weight of morality, the stories that bind us, the choices that tear us apart, was hanging in the balance. "Marcus!" I cried out, my voice a desperate plea against the crescendo of chaos. "What will you choose?" He turned to me, and in his gaze, I saw a tempest of emotions, fear, rage, and the flicker of something deeper. I remember the stories, the lessons. But what do they mean in a world like this? His voice cracked, and the despair mirrored the sorrow in Ilara's eyes. Are we to be defined by our past, or can we rewrite our narrative? The question hung heavy in the air, an invitation to confront our own demons, to reshape the morality that had bound us for too long. Ilara stepped forward, her voice trembling yet fierce. "We can shape our story. We can stand against the darkness." As the executioner raised his blade, time slowed, the air thick with anticipation. The weight of countless stories cascaded around us, and I felt the sharp pang of forgotten dreams, of moments lost to time. What would we choose? Would we stand united against the shadows, or would we crumble under the weight of our own fears? In that breathless moment, the crowd's collective heartbeat echoed around us, an anthem of resilience, a testament to our humanity. I knew, even then, that our stories would continue to shape the very fabric of our morality, weaving a tale that would resonate through the ages. The night loomed heavy, yet hope flickered like a candle, fragile, but ever present. With the blade poised in the air, the confrontation was imminent. We were on the brink, poised between fear and the unknown, between the stories that had haunted us and the promise of a new narrative. But that moment, my heart raced, caught in the web of emotion swirling around us, tethered to the stories that shaped us all. We were not just witnesses, we were part of a tale begging to be told. And in that darkness, we would find our light. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the empty streets like a phantom heartbeat. I stood in the shadows of the alley, heart pounding, the air thick with tension, that haunting sound echoing in my veins. The moon hung high, casting a silvery light that illuminated the cobblestones, each glimmer a reminder of what had been, what could still be. I remember the ache of ambition, a thing that gnaws from the inside, relentless, like a wolf circling its prey. In the distance, I could hear the muffled laughter of revelers, oblivious to the darkness lurking just beyond the glow of their lanterns. There was something intoxicating about their joy, but it felt like a distant memory, tainted by the weight of unfulfilled desires. I wanted more than a mundane existence, more than a life tucked away in the shadows. Just a taste, I whispered, my breath mingling with the cool night air. That thought, seductive and sinister, curled around my mind like a snake, tightening its grip. I could hear her then, the sound of her heels clicking against the stones, a rhythm that pulsed with urgency. Clara, my muse, a tempest of ambition and curiosity. She was drawn to danger like a moth to a flame, and I was just as mesmerized. Did you find it? She asked, eyes gleaming in the moonlight, a mixture of excitement and fear flickering across her face. The thrill of the unknown consumed her, driving her forward, and I was tethered to her, caught in the whirlwind of her ambition. Our shared obsession pulled us deeper into the night, yet I could feel the weight of it, the darkness lurking just beneath the surface of our desires. I found something, I said, voice trembling with both exhilaration and dread. Something that could change everything. The air crackled with tension, as if the night itself held its breath, waiting for us to unravel its secrets. Clara leaned closer, her curiosity igniting the spark of my own ambition. But the closer we got, the more I realized that our desires were not innocent. They were tainted by the shadows of our past, weighed down by choices that danced like ghosts around us. What if we're not meant to find it? I murmured, a chill creeping up my spine. The darkness of uncertainty pressed in, suffocating in its intensity. Don't you see, she said, voice a fierce whisper, filled with passion and a hint of desperation. This is our chance. We can't turn back now. Her words ignited something primal within me, a flicker of hope mixed with the dread of what lay ahead. Ambition is a double-edged sword, cutting deep, leaving scars that never fully heal. I remember the moment we stepped into the old library, its walls lined with dust-covered tomes. The air was stale, heavy with the weight of forgotten dreams and lost ambitions. Shadows danced in the corners, silent witnesses to the secrets that whispered between the pages. I could feel Clara's breath quicken, her pulse racing in time with mine. What if it's a trap? I asked, the question hanging in the air, a specter of doubt. The shadows seemed to shift, closing in around us like a tightening noose. But she didn't reply, her gaze locked onto a single volume, its binding cracked and frayed. I sensed her determination, a fierce light fighting against the storm of uncertainty. Sometimes, she said slowly, you have to take the risk. You have to plunge into the depths to find what you truly seek. The conviction in her voice sent shivers down my spine, the seductive allure of ambition warred with a primal fear of the unknown. I watched her, caught in her orbit, as she reached for the book, fingers trembling with anticipation. And then it happened. An echoing crack, the ground shifted beneath us, and with it, the weight of our choices pressed down, a suffocating force. The shelves creaked, the air crackled with energy, and suddenly we were not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, an embodiment of our fears, a spectre of the ambition we sought. Curiosity killed the cat, it hissed, voice dripping with malice. "What makes you think you can escape unscathed?" The words hung between us, heavy and ominous, a reminder that our desires could lead to our undoing. Clara stepped back, eyes wide, but I was entranced, caught in the web of our ambition, the thrill of the chase blinding me to the danger. The figure's eyes glinted with a morbid satisfaction, and I could feel the chill of realization creeping in. It wasn't just about what we sought, it was about what we were willing to sacrifice to achieve it. "Do you think you can outrun your shadows?" it taunted, a cruel smile twisting its lips. I looked at Clara, searching for the flicker of defiance that had ignited my own ambition. But the shadows grew longer, the darkness encroaching, threatening to swallow us whole. "I remember," I began, but the memory slipped away, drowned by the weight of our decisions. As the figure advanced, I felt Clara's grip tighten on my arm, her fear palpable, intertwining with my own. The darkness held secrets, and those secrets clawed at the edges of our sanity, whispering that there was no turning back. And in that moment, we stood on the precipice, the abyss yawning before us, an invitation to dive deeper into the darkness of our souls. Our curiosity had led us here, but it was ambition that would dictate our fate. I could feel the heartbeat of the night echoing in my chest, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The clock struck 1, the sound echoing like a warning bell, and I knew that our journey had only just begun. In that haunting moment, as shadows danced around us, I realized that the greatest danger lay not in what we sought, but in the darkness that lingered within ourselves, a darkness that whispered that sometimes, curiosity could be the deadliest of sins. It's the kind of night where shadows breathe, and the streetlights flicker like the last gasps of hope. I stand in the middle of the road, the asphalt warmer than my skin, the air thick with an unsettling silence. A siren wails in the distance, a cry for help that echoes against the brick walls of a city that has long forgotten what it means to care. I remember the chill in the air, the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. Moments like these don't just happen, they linger, etching themselves into the fabric of our beings. I can see her through the fog of my memories, Sarah, standing by the window, her silhouette framed in stark contrast against the pale light of a flickering lamp. She's lost in thought, her gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the glass. Each breath she takes shudders with the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. I remember the way her hands trembled, clutching a crumpled letter, an eviction notice, stark and brutal, a punch to the gut of someone already gasping for air. She was drowning, and every tick of the clock echoed her despair. Then there's Jamal, pacing in the cramped living room, his footsteps a frantic rhythm against the hardwood. His mind races, a whirlwind of dreams shattered like glass. A job offer, they said, a chance to make things right. But the world toys with him, dangling hope like a cruel trickster. I remember his voice, raw with desperation as he pleads with the universe for a chance, for a sign that he isn't invisible, that he matters. In these moments, I feel the walls of his reality closing in, the weight of expectations pressing down like a lead blanket. "Do you think they even see us?" he asks, and I can't answer. I can only stand there, paralyzed by the truth of his words. The people passing by outside, wrapped in their own lives, oblivious to the storm brewing behind those closed doors. How many of us are just ghosts in a city of shadows, fighting battles no one else even knows exist? A flicker of movement catches my eye. It's Sarah again, the letter now a crumpled ball in her hand. She unfolds it, as if trying to decipher the code of her fate, but the ink blurs in the tears that begin to spill. I feel her anguish clawing at my chest, each sob a sharp reminder of the fragility of our dreams. "What do I do?" she whispers, and the question hangs heavy in the air, an echo of a generation seeking answers in a world that only offers silence. The clock ticks louder now, a heartbeat pounding in time with our collective fear. It's a reminder, not just of the time running out, but of the moments lost, the opportunities that slipped through our fingers like grains of sand. I remember when time felt limitless, when the sky was a canvas painted with dreams. But now, under the weight of our realities, it feels like a noose tightening around our throats. Everything's falling apart, Jamal mutters, his voice breaking the tension, slicing through the silence that feels almost sacred. I can see the tendrils of hopelessness wrapping around him, squeezing tighter with every passing second. They don't care about us, he says, and every word is a dagger that plunges deep into the heart of a system designed to overlook the very people it's meant to protect. The injustice is palpable, a poison that seeps into our souls, and I can't help but feel the sting of it. We are not simply statistics, but stories, each one aching to be heard. Outside, the city pulses with life, a stark contrast to the suffocating gloom inside. Cars zoom past, headlights cutting through the darkness, but they offer no light to us. Their engines roar like thunder, an anthem of indifference, while we sit here, haunted by our own realities. I remember the first time I felt invisible, when no one noticed my struggle, my quiet scream for acknowledgement. It's a feeling that binds us, a shared isolation in a world that often prioritizes profit over people. Let's run, Sarah suddenly says, her voice a spark igniting the dry kindling of our spirits. Let's just leave. The desperation in her tone is both exhilarating and terrifying, a wild abandon that feels almost sacrilegious. I can see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a glimmer that challenges the darkness threatening to swallow us whole. But what does running mean? Is it an escape, or merely a distraction from the truth that hounds us like a relentless ghost? Where do we even go? Jamal's voice pierces through the clouds of uncertainty. There's nowhere left. I can almost hear the heartbeats of the city around us, the silent witnesses to our struggle. They echo with unfulfilled dreams and unspoken fears, each one a testament to the countless souls aching for change. In that moment, I realize we are at a crossroads, each path fraught with its own danger, its own regrets. Do we stay and fight against a world that seems intent on breaking us, or do we flee, chasing the elusive promise of something better? There's a sliver of moonlight spilling through the window, illuminating the tear-streaked faces of my friends, warriors in their own right, battling shadows that threaten to engulf them. There has to be a way, I whisper, though I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince. My heart aches for them, for the dreams we once clutched so tightly, now scattered like ashes on the wind. I remember how we used to laugh, how we could embrace the absurdity of existence even when the world felt heavy. But now, laughter sounds like a betrayal, a fleeting memory that slips through our fingers. The night presses in around us, suffocating yet strangely liberating, as though it holds the answers buried in its depths. I look at Sarah and Jamal, their faces etched with uncertainty, and I feel a surge of determination rising from the ashes of despair. Maybe we can't escape our reality, but we can confront it, challenge the very fabric of a society that has turned its back on us. With a shared glance, we take a step forward, three souls bound not just by struggle, but by the resilience that simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to ignite. The road ahead is fraught with uncertainty, but in that instant, we realize that we are not alone in our fight. Each heartbeat continues to echo, resonating with the rhythm of the city, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, we can find our way through the shadows, together, always together. The clock ticked in the heavy stillness of the night, each second a resounding thud against the walls of their home. I remember the way the shadows danced, flickering against the cold plaster, as if mocking the pain that had seeped into every corner of our lives. The air was thick with it, a tangible force, the kind that clung to your skin and wrapped around your throat. In that suffocating silence, I stood frozen, heart pounding in my ears, waiting for the inevitable. Waiting for the truth, like a thunderstorm, to finally break. Sarah, my sister, leaned against the worn-out banister, her breath shallow and uneven. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they curled into tight fists. She was always the strong one, the anchor when the waves of life crashed against us. But tonight, she was unraveling, and it shook me to my core. I remember how her eyes, usually vibrant green, reflected a stormy sea, a cocktail of fear and fury. Why, she whispered, a question punctuated by the crack in her voice. Why did it come to this? In the shadows, I could almost hear the echoes of our parents' laughter. The memories flitted through my mind like moths around a flame, bright, fleeting, and dangerous. They taught us what love was, how to stand tall against the world. But what they hadn't prepared us for was the darkness that could seep in through the cracks, the insidious whispers of betrayal and despair. I remember the day it all imploded, the day the laughter turned to screams, when the world we knew shattered into a million jagged pieces. "Look at us," I said, voice trembling as I glanced at Sarah, "we're falling apart." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the weight of them pressing down on my chest, and I wanted to scream, to hurl my anguish at the shadows that had taken our family hostage. We were drowning, gasping for air in a sea of what-ifs and regrets. Through the haze of grief, I remembered our mother's hands, strong and warm, baking cookies in the kitchen, her laughter filling the house. I could almost taste the chocolate chips melting on my tongue, the sweetness mingling with the salt of tears. But now, every scent, every sound felt like a cruel reminder of what was lost. Our mother was gone, and in her absence, the house felt like a mausoleum, a hollow shell where love once thrived. Then there was Mark, the ghost of a brother I'd once known. He was the firecracker, the one who would have a joke ready to break the tension, the one who made the mundane feel magical. But now, he was a mere specter, a shadow of his former self, ever haunted by the choices he made, choices that had led us to this dark night. I could see it in his eyes, an abyss of regret deep enough to swallow him whole. "I didn't think it would end like this," he murmured, his voice thick with remorse. "I thought I could fix it." Fix it! The words echoed in my mind, a cruel mantra in a world spiraling out of control. I wanted to shake him, to tell him that it wasn't about fixing things anymore. It was about surviving, clinging to the frayed edges of our sanity amidst the chaos. But how could I say that when I felt so broken myself? I remember the moment our family fractured, the night when secrets erupted like volcanoes, spewing toxic truths that scorched us all. We were standing at the precipice of a chasm, and I could feel the ground shifting beneath my feet. I remember the scream that had ripped from my throat, the anguish spilling out like a torrent, tearing through the fabric of our lives. Sarah had backed away, eyes wide with disbelief, while Mark just stood there, paralyzed by the truth. "It's not the end," he had insisted, desperation coating his words. "We can still find a way back." But how do you find your way back when the road is littered with the bones of what could have been? The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as we grappled with our demons. I could see Sarah's shoulders shaking, the weight of her grief spilling over. "You don't get it, do you?" she yelled, a fierce anger igniting in her. "We lost everything. There's nothing left to save." In that moment, the world felt suspended, a single heartbeat in the grand scope of time. I could feel the cosmos swirling around us, stars colliding in a dazzling display of light and darkness, a reminder of how fragile life truly is. I wanted to scream at the universe, to demand why it had taken our family and left us with these shattered pieces. I wanted to rage against the injustice of it all, but instead, I felt the tears spill forth, hot and relentless. We stood there, three flawed souls caught in a web of grief, fear, and unspoken words. The silence echoed, a haunting reminder that sometimes, the most profound truths lay in the spaces between what is said and what is felt. I remember the way the darkness crept in, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. We were drowning, but within that despair, there was a flicker of hope, a tiny ember that refused to be extinguished. "You know," I said softly, breaking the silence that threatened to engulf us, "maybe we can't fix what's broken. But we can learn to carry it." The words felt like a lifeline, a promise that despite the tragedy, we could find a way to navigate this uncharted territory of our lives. We might be lost, but we were still here. Together. The night deepened, a shroud of darkness enveloping us, yet within that darkness, a fragile light flickered. I could feel it pulsing, a heartbeat of resilience, of defiance against the chaos. Sarah stepped closer, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mark, too, shifted, seeking a connection that had been lost. In that moment, we were no longer just siblings shattered by grief, we were warriors, ready to face the storm together. Time flowed differently now, each second stretched into infinity. I could feel the weight of our shared pain, the burden of our family's history pressing down on us. But there was also a sense of liberation, a realization that the shadows could not consume us entirely. We would bend but not break, because we were bound by something deeper than our grief, a bond forged in love, scarred but unyielding. And as the clock ticked, marking the passage of time, I understood that this tragedy was not our end. It was a rebirth, a new beginning. I remember the way the dawn would break, the first light spilling into the room, painting everything in hues of gold and hope. We would rise from the ashes of our despair, ready to embrace whatever came next. Because together we were unstoppable, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. And that, in itself, was a lesson worth learning.